Chapter 166. Nothing much. I'm going to kill him, Mocklin said with a smile, looking at Shea's angry expression. Don't you like him? I'm going to kill him right in front of your face. If you kill him, you definitely won't be able to walk out of the Balarax Academy. Shea calmed down at this moment and said calmly, Ha ha ha. Mocklin laughed wildly. How could anything happen to me under Lord Wharton's protection? Besides, this is only a ranking battle, a battle between students. Death is very normal. Saying so, he turned to the tutor who was acting as the referee and sneered. We're still in the middle of the ranking battle. You have no right to stop me, the tutor hesitated. If you kill your opponent, you'll be disqualified. Mocklin laughed arrogantly. Do you think I care about the Academy's glory and prize money? What a joke. I'm now the Holy Son of the Holy Sea. What can I want? I'll tell you the truth. I've come back this time for only one purpose, and that's to kill the ancient necromancer Ron. The Holy Sea will never allow an ancient necromancer to appear in this world, Mocklin said. For the sake of some empty religious belief? Shea said calmly. Mocklin, I've always known you to be an intelligent and far-sighted person. I didn't expect you to kill someone for such a senseless thing. Religious belief? I don't care about that. This is a mission given to me by the Holy Sea. At this point, Mocklin's eyes revealed a fanatical look. Maybe you don't know, but the Holy Sea places great importance on Ron. As long as I complete this mission, the benefits I'll reap are unimaginable. Because I'm from the Balarax Academy, I'm the most suitable candidate. Otherwise, do you think I could become the Holy Son without doing anything? Mocklin knew that even if he became the Holy Son, this position was not stable and could be erased at any time. He could only be recognized by the Holy Sea if he completed the mission. Otherwise, how could the position of the Holy Son fall to him when there were so many experts and geniuses in the Holy Sea? Looking at the calm and peaceful expression on the unconscious Ron's face in Mocklin's hand, Shea could not help but feel a pang of heartache. Perhaps Ron himself did not know that he was going to die in the next second. She took a deep breath and said something for the first time. Let him go. If you want to kill someone, kill me. As soon as this was said, everyone was shocked, and their mouths formed a circle. Shea was actually using her life in exchange for Ron's. What was going on? Sister Shea. Kadena was extremely shocked. Sister Shea? She really fell in love with Ron? The Holy Sea wants Ron's life. What's the use of me killing you? When Mocklin heard this, his face suddenly became incomparably ferocious. At this moment, his heart was filled with jealousy. He gritted his teeth and said, Since you care so much about this brat, then you can die with him. As he said this, Mocklin's hand suddenly tightened. As long as his 5 fingers closed into a fist, Ron's head would be broken with a crack. No. Shea's eyes suddenly became red. She threw herself forward without any regard for her life. At this moment, Aurora also rushed out of the magic barrier and madly rushed to the field. Die. Mocklin had a cruel smile on his face. His left hand suddenly tightened, just like a pornographic novel. A knight like Mocklin cultivated the strength of the body. With his strength, it was not too difficult for him to break the neck of an ordinary person with one hand. At the last moment, Ron's eyes suddenly opened, and his eyes shone brightly. However, it was too late. Ron's neck became thinner and thinner like a fried dough twist, and was broken into 2. Ron, Shea, and Aurora let out heart-wrenching cries. In the end, they were still a step too late and saw the scene of Ron's head and body being separated. Dead. He's finally dead. Ha ha. The honor is mine. Sir Wharton, do you see? I've completed the task you gave me. Mocklin laughed wildly. At this moment, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Why didn't he hear the sound of bones breaking? Why didn't he feel anything? Moreover, why did it feel like he had grabbed empty air? Ron's body gradually transformed into a cloud of black fog and directly dissipated. Mocklin stood there blankly, his brain turning into a paste. What was going on? Was Ron dead? Or was he not dead? At this moment, an old voice sounded in Mocklin's ear. So you've joined the Holy Sea. No wonder you've always wanted to kill me. I didn't know before, but now I know. Mocklin was shocked. He turned around and saw Ron's familiar face. He did not know when he had appeared behind him. Everyone was stunned. What the hell was going on? Wasn't Ron unconscious? How did he suddenly wake up and escape? Shea and Aurora were stunned at first, but when they saw Ron, their faces suddenly became wild with joy. Ron was not dead. He had woken up. You? How did you escape? Mocklin's face was full of shock. He took a step back. The fear of necromancy magic far exceeded the shock. He was a little flustered. Nothing. It's just a small Shadowma spell. The old voice replied. At this moment, Mocklin suddenly realized that Ron's aura was completely different. He was surrounded by a powerful black fog. His eyes had turned green, and his eyeballs could not be seen. He gave off a mysterious and terrifying feeling. Most importantly, this Ron's body emitted a heart-palpitating power. This feeling made Mocklin's body tremble involuntarily. The one controlling Ron's body now was Mocklin. He had no choice but to run out when he saw that Ron was in danger. Ron had fallen into a deep sleep due to exhaustion, so it was easy for Homelin to control his body. Why are you awake? Mocklin stuttered, his voice trembling. He instinctively felt that the Ron in front of him was very dangerous. Homelin said indifferently, as expected, the Holy See still hasn't given up. They actually chased me all the way here. Since that's the case, I'll use this to welcome an old friend. As he spoke, Homelin's hands made a grabbing motion in the air. In an instant, a powerful soul force was released. A magic array appeared on the ground, as if it was connected to a spatial channel. A powerful aura seeped out from it, and the temperature of the entire duel arena dropped by several degrees. At this moment, an imposing figure gradually rose from the ground. This was a 2-meter-tall knight. He wore thick, heavy armor and rode on a huge skeletal horse. His drooping spear revealed traces of coldness. Shaya's mind exploded. This feeling was too familiar. She would never forget the feeling that made her tremble in fear for the rest of her life. This isn't Ron. This definitely isn't Ron. Shaya's body involuntarily trembled. Who is he? Why do I feel like I'm facing a powerhouse from the sacred domain? The Dark Knight, an undead creature that could only be summoned by a necromancer magus or above. At this moment, it stood in front of everyone in the duel arena. Under its cold mask, a faint green light shone. Thick, heavy armor covered its body. The heavy armor emitted mysterious runes. The huge skeletal horse beneath, it was also covered in heavy armor, displaying its incomparably powerful defense. The Dark Knight didn't move. Just by standing there, it brought a great pressure to everyone. What is this thing? Pratt showed great interest. It feels like the thing that Ron summoned this time isn't simple. This knight-type undead creature wearing heavy armor is probably at the level of a master. The Emperor of the Nicola country also smiled and said, "It seems that ancient necromancy magic is really not simple. It can actually summon such a powerful and terrifying creature. I'm starting to look forward to it. How far will this child grow in the future? What will happen if necromancy magic breaks through the sacred domain?" Pratz's eyes also revealed a look of anticipation. The sacred domain, huh? That should be very powerful. I've taken some time these days to flip through some ancient documents. Legend has it that the ancient era of 100,000 years ago was when necromancy magic was at its peak. Even powerful races like elves and orcs couldn't contend against it. I didn't believe it before, but now that I've seen true ancient necromancy magic, it seems that the legends aren't baseless after all. No, impossible. Mocklin's teeth chattered. He was extremely terrified. Aren't necromancers only able to summon skeletons? How? How can such a terrifying, undead creature appear? At this moment, a green light flashed in Ron's eyes. The Dark Knight moved. The skeletal horse raised its 4 hooves and charged towards Mocklin. Charge. It's actually a knight's battle technique. Charge. Mocklin's heart trembled. He didn't expect this undead creature to be able to use a knight's battle technique. While he was in a daze, the Dark Knight had already charged in front of him, the spear in its hand piercing towards him. Mocklin gritted his teeth and raised his shield to meet the attack. Boom! With a loud sound, his body flew backwards and rolled a few times before falling to the ground. The Dark Knight's charging power was extremely strong. In addition, it had the strength of a master. It wasn't something that Mocklin could match. You can't even withstand a single blow. Ron revealed a trace of a smile. When this smile landed in the eyes of the people in room 787, it made their hair stand on end. Kadena was shocked. "Sister Shea, is this the summoned knight you were talking about?" Shea nodded. "That's right. I was defeated by this undead creature. It's too strong. It's not something that I can match up to." Mocklin crawled up, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked at Ron with intense hatred. Why? Why did you suddenly become so strong?" Ron coldly said, "You don't need to know. Now go to hell." Chapter 167. Mocklin wasn't willing to admit defeat. He once again rose up to fight back, using one divine combat skill after another. At this time, Mocklin seemed to have gone crazy. Divine light, divine fire, divine strike, boom, boom, boom. The fierce battle began again. The battlefield was filled with bursts of explosions. White light and black fog intertwined with each other. Both sides had already exchanged dozens of moves. Kadena gently snuggled up to Shea. "Sister Shea, do you think Mocklin will win?" Shea shook her head. "He can't win. Ron's undead are too terrifying. Mocklin can't win." The battlefield was filled with smoke again. The audience cheered. They didn't think that Ron still had a trick up his sleeve. The strength of the summoned skeleton knight was too strong. Mocklin was beaten back again and again. How about I show you this?" Ron smiled. He raised his bone staff high enchanted. At this time, his eyes flashed with a trace of sharpness. Frost Nova. The frozen aura continued to condense around Mocklin. Soon, Mocklin was frozen. At this time, he was horrified because he couldn't move. "Damn it, my body! I can't move my body!" In an instant, Mocklin's body was covered with ice. His whole body was frozen in an instant. Ron smiled, raised one hand, and softly spat out a word. "Explode." Boom! A huge explosion resounded throughout the whole arena. A burst of bone-chilling cold air instantly filled the air, accompanied by the sound of the explosion. "Quick, get out of the way!" Shea and the other people in dormitory 787 panicked. At this time, she felt a burst of cold air invading her body. She didn't have much do-chi to protect her body. Her movements also became slow. At this moment, the entire arena was covered in frost, and everyone's speed was slowed down. Mocklin's mouth gurgled as his teeth chattered uncontrollably. At this moment, he finally understood that the difference between his strength and Ron's was too great. A feeling of invincibility instantly occupied his heart, and at this moment, he was incomparably regretful. In the audience, as Frost Nova exploded, their emotions rose to the highest point. They cheered and cheered for Ron. At the same time, some people's focus shifted from Ron to necromancy magic. TSK, TSK, TSK. Ancient necromancy magic is actually so powerful. It's like heaven and earth compared to the necromancy magic we know today. A student in the audience exclaimed in admiration. "Sigh, why did I choose to be a mage? If I had known earlier, I would have become a necromancer." Another female student said with envy. She was deeply impressed by the charm of necromancy. A boy next to him questioned, "Even if ancient necromancy magic is so powerful, this Ron is only 16 years old. How can he be so powerful?" Ugh. Mocklin crawled up with difficulty and shook his head. Looking at Ron's body, his vision blurred. At this moment, he felt something sweet in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. He moved his body and discovered that his injuries were more serious than he had imagined. Mocklin's eyes flashed with a trace of fear. He couldn't continue fighting, or else he would die without a doubt. He suddenly shouted, "I'm not fighting anymore. I'm not fighting anymore. I surrender. I surrender." Surrender? Hommelin couldn't help but stare blankly. At this moment, Mocklin had already taken the opportunity to flee back to room 787, afraid that Ron would continue to fight. Room 787 surrenders. Room 302 wins. I announce that Room 302 is the final champion of the Academy ranking tournament. Room 787 is the runner-up. The teacher wasted no time in announcing the results of the ranking tournament, as well as the champion and runner-up. Room 302 and the others couldn't believe their ears. Champion, we've finally won the championship, standing at the peak of the Academy. Is this a dream? If this is a dream, don't wake up so quickly. Pornographic novel's victory, we've finally won. Champion, we're the champions. Overwhelmed by joy, Dorm 302 hugged, jumped, and screamed, celebrating their final victory. In reality, the outcome of this match was highly controversial. For example, Ron was the first to fall. Should he have lost at that time? Secondly, Aurora and the others had voluntarily withdrawn from the battle and then rushed onto the competition stage. Did they violate the rules of the competition? However, these were not important. What was important was that Ron's powerful necromancy magic had convinced everyone. Everyone believed that Room 302 should have won the championship. Mocklin stood up silently. At this moment, he seemed to have lost his soul. Not only had he lost the finals, but he couldn't kill Ron and complete the mission given to him by the Holy See. He looked at Ron with eyes full of hatred. He looked at the people of Room 787 and without a word, turned and left. Ron, this is great, we've won. Aurora ran quickly to Ron, cheering, shouting, and jumping. The joy of victory made Aurora, who had always been strict, look like a crazy girl. Ron stood there in a daze. At this moment, his body suddenly went limp and fell into Aurora's arms. Aurora was shocked and supported him. Ron, what's wrong with you? After the competition, in Pratt's office. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Come in, Mr. Pratt's. Darbus opened the door and walked in. Pratt's was wearing a pair of glasses and was concentrating on an ancient document about necromancy magic. Just as he was engrossed in it, he saw Linley enter and asked without looking up, "What's the matter?" Darbus nodded. "There's indeed something." Pratt's reluctantly put down the book in his hands and took off his glasses. He rubbed his eyes and said, "Speak." Darbus took a deep breath. "It's about Mocklin's matter in the ranking competition. It has caused some trouble. I think he should be... Are you talking about firing?" Platts raised his head and asked. Darbus hesitated. "Yes." "Did he ask to leave the academy? Or to graduate?" Pratt asked. "No, he didn't." Darbus answered honestly. The academy's graduation certificate couldn't be casually given out. According to the Balarax Academy's rules, only those who had reached the level of a master could graduate. If one left the academy with the strength of an advanced warrior, it would only be considered as graduation. In other words, it meant that their studies had ended. Those who couldn't even reach the advanced warrior level would have nothing and would have to pack their bags and leave. The Balarax Academy's graduation certificate was recognized throughout the continent. Of course, it was only recognized. One's own strength was needed to prove it. Mocklin's strength hadn't reached the level of graduation yet, so Pratt asked. Pratt thought for a while, but still shook his head. "That's not right." He paused and said, "Based on the Academy's rules and the Roland Empire's laws, students who kill each other due to fighting will be expelled from the Academy and transferred to the city guards. However, mistakes in the ranking competition are an exception." Mocklin accepted the Holy See's orders. There is no doubt that he had the motive to kill the ancient necromancer Ron. However, this is only a motive and not a fact. Although his actions were inappropriate, I can't punish him according to the rules. Dabbs nodded and said with a smile, "Before this, I thought the same. I was just worried that he would harm Ron. Wouldn't it be better to eliminate this hidden danger?" Pratt smiled. "Don't worry. I don't think Mocklin has the ability to kill Ron. Today's battle has proven everything." Darbus nodded. "Dean, the Holy See won't let this matter rest. I think they will think of a new way to deal with Ron. Do we need to make some preparations?" Pratt pondered for a while. "It's fine. The Holy See won't start a conflict with us over Ron. Moreover, this is our territory. They can't do anything. They can only play tricks behind our backs, such as assassinations. Of course, as long as they don't provoke me openly, I won't care about them. Darbus nodded and hesitated for a while before asking. Dean Prats, I have a question, but I don't know if I should ask. Ask away. You're protecting Ron, even at the expense of offending the Holy See. Do you have a motive? Darbus asked cautiously. Of course. Prats nodded and admitted openly. My motive is to let Ron teach the necromancy major and make necromancy a profession. Today's finals have strengthened my determination. From today's match, Ron will break through to the master rank soon. When that happens, he will be the necromancy instructor of the Balarax Academy. Darbus was flabbergasted. Dean, is what you said true? But what benefits do we get from doing this? Some things don't need benefits. For example, necromancy magic. Pratt smiled as he waved the book in his hand. I took some time to look through the books on necromancy. I found that necromancy doesn't only have a glorious history, it also has a splendid civilization. Their cultivation methods are not something we can understand, but the experts of the same level are not inferior to the experts of any profession. I think that such a great profession shouldn't be lost in the long river of history. Darbus muttered. That seems to be something from the ancient continent. That's right. Prats nodded. That continent is called Omros. Prats sighed. But it's strange. From the new continent, which is the Noah continent, there seems to be a gap in history. Everything related to necromancers has disappeared. It's as if necromancy never existed. This makes me very puzzled. It feels as if the powerful necromancy dynasty disappeared overnight. Darbus didn't speak. He sighed softly. Pratt smiled. So, I've decided to help Ron revive the necromancy major, if he has the ability. Darbus nodded. If that's the case, I'll keep an eye on him. There's no need for that. Pratt waved his hand. I believe that he has the ability to deal with some problems. If he doesn't have the ability, then my efforts would have been in vain. So be it. Pratt waved his hand. Go see if he's awake. If he's awake, tell him to come here. I want to see him. Chapter 168. After an unknown amount of time, in the contestant lounge, Ron slowly woke up. At this moment, he slowly opened his eyes. He's awake. Ron's awake. Aurora, who had been sitting beside Ron, immediately stood up and said in surprise. At this moment, the other people from room 302 also came over and looked at Ron with concern. What happened to me? Ron's head was still a little groggy as he shook his head and said, You defeated Mocklin and then fainted. Aurora said with a smile, Ron, you're too amazing. Manny praised sincerely. We're the champions. What champions? This time it was Ron's turn to be surprised. He completely did not remember what happened after he fainted. You don't even know? Aurora looked at Ron strangely. You summoned a very, very powerful skeleton knight, and then released a spell similar to an ice sphere to defeat Mocklin? What? You said the Black Knight? Ron's eyes widened. With my current strength, I'm still unable to summon a Black Knight. No way. This was clearly summoned by you, and it defeated Mocklin in an instant. It's really too amazing. Fatty came over and said. Ron was still feeling strange when Homelin's voice sounded in his mind. The Black Knight was summoned by me, and that Holy Knight was also defeated by me. At that time, you were almost killed by him. When Ron heard this, he was shocked. Killed by him. Mocklin wanted to kill me? Why? Isn't killing prohibited in the ranking tournament? Moreover, I had already given up at that time. That Holy Knight only had one reason to kill you. He was a member of the Holy See, and he killed you to complete the Vatican's mission. Homelin said. Ron suddenly realized that Mocklin was under the orders of the Holy See, which was why he showed such strong killing intent the first time they met. Thinking that Grandpa Homelin had saved him again, Ron said sincerely, Grandpa Homelin, thank you. Why are you thanking me? I'm still counting on you to find out the truth behind the disappearance of necromancy magic. Homelin said with a smile, his expression turning serious. Ron, you have to be careful in the future, not that Holy Knight. His strength should not be a threat to you. You have to be careful of the Holy See. This action has already shown that they know your location and may be disadvantageous to you. When Ron heard this, he immediately became nervous. Then what should I do now? The most important thing now is to break through the master rank and become an archmage necromancer. Otherwise, don't talk about finding out the truth. You won't even be able to protect yourself. Homelin had been working hard to find out the truth behind the disappearance of necromancy magic, but during this period of time, he had not found anything. He sensitively felt that this level of secret was not so easy to find out. If everyone knew about it, it would not be a secret anymore. In order to come into contact with a higher level of secret, one had to have stronger strength. Ron nodded. I will. At this time, he turned his attention to his roommates in room 302. Having just won the competition, everyone was in a good mood. The entire infirmary was filled with laughter and cheers. At this time, the door of the Academy's infirmary opened and Dabbs walked in with a face full of joy. Vice Headmaster Dabbs. Vice Headmaster. Seeing Dabbs enter, everyone in room 302 stood up and greeted him. They still had to maintain the necessary respect for the Academy's leader. You've woken up, Ron? Dabbs beamed. I have to congratulate you for defeating the previous number 1 dorm, room 787, and becoming the overall champion of the Academy ranking tournament. From today onwards, room 302 will be the number 1 dorm in the Academy. Although everyone in room 302 had already known about this news, when they heard Vice Headmaster Dabbs' official announcement, they still cheered happily. I was just lucky. Ron scratched his head and said modestly. Dabbs smiled and said, I will give you the prize money for the Academy ranking tournament today. However, the dark gold weapons will have to wait for some time, which is around 10 days. They are all of superior attributes. Our enchanter specially made them for you. This is a special reward for the ranking tournament. When everyone heard this, their faces lit up with joy. Although they already had dark gold weapons in their hands, having one more would be good. Moreover, it was of superior attributes. It was even better than the ones they were using. They could even sell their old ones. Also, Dabbs smiled and continued to announce the good news. Because you have won the ranking tournament, all of your occupations will automatically be transferred to the elite class. The Academy will give you a student apartment for free. Student apartment? Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. They were both surprised and happy. Room 302 also had a student apartment. Just like Hefels, Shea, and the others, they would move from an ordinary student dorm into a student apartment. The student apartment was an independent building. Everyone had their own room, and it was extremely luxurious. Due to the limited number of rooms, only the Academy's instructors and a few outstanding elites could stay in it. In the top 4, other than Ron's room in room 302, the other 3 were all staying in the student apartment. That's great. We can finally enter the student apartment for once. Fatty laughed and said, in the future, I will also have the ability to brag to my father. We are also people who have lived in the student apartment. Lantry and Karachi were so excited that their faces turned red. They never dreamed that they would be able to live in the student apartment. This could be considered as basking in Ron's glory. Otherwise, with their strength, it would be impossible for them to live in the student apartment for the rest of their lives. The entire ranking tournament was supported by Ron alone. Without Ron, they wouldn't even have the chance to advance. Ron was someone who had suffered a lot. He didn't have any opinion on whether to live in an ordinary dorm or a student apartment. However, when he saw Fatty and the others so happy, he smiled and said, Thank you. That's right, Vice President. How is that, Mocklin? Aurora asked at this time. She remembered that Mocklin wanted to kill Ron, and her heart was filled with anger. Mocklin? He didn't do anything. Dabbs pretended not to understand. That guy wanted to kill Ron during the finals. He knew that Ron had already fainted, but he still didn't let him go. Why didn't the Academy expel such a scum? Aurora said angrily. Everyone in dorm 302 was also indignant. Dabbs smiled, but he didn't kill him. Seeing the unconvinced look on the faces of the people in dorm 302, Dabbs said earnestly, There is a big difference between killing and not killing. If Ron were to die now, the Academy would punish him however they want. But now that there is no evidence, the Academy can't deal with it. Besides, the Academy has its own considerations. Moreover, killing by accident is different from killing on purpose. If it is dealt with like this, it will chill the hearts of many people. In the future, when a ranking tournament is held, those students will be timid. Aurora was still angry. That guy did it on purpose. Dabbs shook his head. Whether it was on purpose or not, it doesn't matter now. Anyway, Ron is fine now. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. After saying that, he smiled and looked at Ron. Ron, are you all right now? Ron smiled. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Vice President. Dabbs nodded. Very good. Follow me. Where are we going? The president wants to see you. Ron followed Dabbs to the president's office. Along the way, they passed by the duel arena and learned the results of the third and fourth place matches from the students. The results were unexpected. Heffel's dorm, which was known as the hot favorite for third place, actually lost to Hera's dorm 237. In the duel arena, a group of girls cheered, including the beautiful Princess Hera. Dab saw this scene and could not help but smile bitterly. He said to Ron, "Life is always full of surprises. Actually, I always thought that Hefels would win, but in the end, Dabbs brought Ron a Pratt's." Just as he was about to knock on the door, a voice came from inside. "Ron, you're here, right? Come in." Dabbs opened the door and invited Ron in. He then left and gently closed the door. Pratt's study room had an antique feel to it. It was low-key and not luxurious, making one feel comfortable looking at it. "President Pratt's." Ron greeted and raised his head slightly. Pratt smiled and casually waved his hand, pointing to a large carved chair at the side. "Sit." "Thank you, President Pratt's." Ron sat down, feeling uneasy. He did not know why Pratt's, a powerhouse of the sacred domain, wanted to see him alone. It had to be known that being personally received by a powerhouse of the sacred domain was an honor no matter where one went. Even Mocklin did not receive such treatment. "Ron, first of all, I have to congratulate you on becoming the champion of this year's ranking tournament. The final battle was simply too exciting. Although there were some noises, your performance was very good. I'm very satisfied." Pratt went straight to the point as soon as he arrived. Bowing slightly, Ron said modestly, "You're too kind." "It's all thanks to the Academy's teachings." Pratt laughed, but his expression suddenly changed as he said, "Ron, there's no need to be so hypocritical in front of me. I also know the level of the necromancy major in the Academy. Your necromancy instructor Vivian has no right to teach you necromancy magic." Ron's heart skipped a beat. He faintly felt that these words were hinting at something. "Speak. What is your goal in coming to the Balarax Academy?" Pratt's tone softened, but his tone was unquestionable. Ron hesitated for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, Pratt waved his hand and interrupted him. "Speak the truth. There's no need for lies. Although I can guess your goal in coming here, I'd rather hear it from your own mouth." It seemed that he had no choice but to speak. Ron took a deep breath and slowly said, "Dean Pratt, I won't hide it from you. The most important reason I came here is to enter the Balarax Academy's library." "Library?" Pratt was somewhat astonished. He originally thought that Ron would say that he came here to seek protection. He did not expect that Ron actually came here for the library. Chapter 169. Ron carefully chose his words. "It's like this, Dean Pratt. I was born in a small village in the west of the Holy Roman Empire. I haven't seen much of the world, and I don't know what the world is like. I didn't lie to you about that. My original intention of entering the Balarax Academy was to go to the Academy's library." Pratt's face was tense, and he didn't speak. Ron paused and hesitated before saying, "Of course, there's another reason. I wanted to see if I could find the truth behind the disappearance of necromancy 100,000 years ago in the library." "Oh." Pratt smiled. "Did you find it?" Ron shook his head. "The collection of books in the Academy's library is indeed very rich, but I didn't find anything about necromancy." Pratt said, "In any library in the world, there are always some things that are kept secret. Mine is no exception." He pointed to the sheepskin scroll on the table. "This is an ancient scroll that records some things about necromancy. I took it out to have a look out of curiosity. Take a look. Documents like this can't be obtained through the proper channels. Ron walked over quickly and reached out to take the sheepskin scroll. He studied it carefully, not missing a single detail. From the surface of the scroll, it was indeed an ancient scroll that recorded some things about necromancy. However, what disappointed Ron was that it didn't record the reason for the disappearance of necromancy. Pratt said, "It's very strange. The ancient documents recorded necromancy, but after the end of the ancient era, necromancy disappeared. There are no more records of it. From the beginning of the first year of Noah, there was no trace of necromancy. For example, the continent of Noah is like a blank piece of paper. This blank piece of paper recorded many things, but this blank piece of paper missed out on necromancy." Pratt turned around abruptly and stared at Ron. "It has been 100,000 years since the beginning of the first year of Noah. Necromancy has long disappeared. I want to know about the pornographic novels. How did you learn about necromancy from 100,000 years ago?" Ron silently put down the scroll in his hand and slowly shook his head. "I'm sorry, Dean Pratt. I can't say." Pratt seemed to have expected his attitude. He smiled and said, "Even if you don't say it, I can guess it." He slowly took a step forward and said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "In the ranking tournament finals, when you fought with Mocklin, the power that erupted afterwards wasn't your own, right?" Ron's body shook violently. He turned to look at Pratt with a look of disbelief. Pratt smiled. "You don't have to look at me like that. I was just guessing. The strength you displayed at that time was comparable to a Master Realm expert. Moreover, that aura was completely different from before. Therefore, I guessed that it wasn't your strength. Moreover, there should be a soul in your body. This soul should be able to control your body to fight. Am I right?" Pratt's eyes were sharp. He guessed correctly. After hearing this, Ron fell into a rare silence. The other party had guessed everything correctly. What else could he say? However, what worried him was that Dean Pratt was pressuring him step by step. He didn't know how to deal with this. At this moment, Homeland's voice sounded in his mind. He said to him, "Ron, let me talk to him." "Ah, Grandpa Homeland." Ron was a little surprised. Grandpa Homeland actually took the initiative to appear. This was a very rare occurrence. Homeland smiled. "It's fine. I don't feel that he has any ill intentions. It's better to talk things out. Perhaps we can even talk about cooperation." Ron nodded. "All right." He then closed his eyes and handed over control of his body. At this moment, Ron's eyes suddenly opened. Light shot out from his eyes. An extremely cold aura rushed towards him. It was as if fear had come from the depths of hell. Pratt was stunned and became vigilant. At this moment, Ron slowly opened his mouth. However, his voice was that of an old man. "As you wish, I have come out." "Ah." Pratt took a step back and sized up Ron. His eyes revealed a trace of astonishment. "Sacred domain expert." "Sacred domain expert." Homeland smiled. "It's been a long time since someone called me that." "That's right. I am a sacred necromancer and also a sacred domain expert. My name is Homeland. How should I address you?" "Pratt. Fire Mage Saint?" "Just call me Pratt." Suddenly facing a person from 100,000 years ago, Pratt's eyes revealed a trace of respect. "Your Excellency should be from the ancient era 100,000 years ago. Perhaps I should call you Senior." Homeland nodded and sighed. "Unknowingly, it's been 100,000 years," Pratt boldly asked. "May I ask how strong Senior is?" Homeland smiled. "Nothing much, just a little stronger than you." "Peak of the sacred domain?" Pratt was shocked. He was only an advanced sacred domain expert. In the entire Noah continent, he could be considered an expert. There were only a few peak sacred domain experts in the entire Noah continent. Homeland smiled. "Pratt, you don't need to test me. Since I dare to show myself, I'm naturally not afraid of you playing any tricks. Although Ron's body restricts my strength, I can still escape from you unscathed." Pratt bowed slightly. "Senior is too serious. How would this junior dare to be disrespectful to Senior?" Homeland stood up and paced a few steps as if he was thinking of something. After a while, he turned around and smiled at Pratt. "Pratt, perhaps we can make a deal." "Deal?" Pratt's eyes widened. Homeland smiled and dropped a bomb that was enough to shock Pratt. With Ron's current cultivation speed, I can guarantee that he'll be able to step into the sacred domain before the age of 50. Step into the sacred domain before the age of 50. Pratt's eyelids twitched, and he asked, so what? As long as Ron steps into the sacred domain, he can revive me. That way, we'll be two sacred domain experts, Homelin said slowly. Pratt listened quietly. When he heard that there were two sacred domain experts, his eyes lit up. Homelin glanced at Pratt and said, if you can protect Ron, it's equivalent to us two sacred domain experts owing you a promise. Pratt's brows gradually relaxed. This was a promise from two sacred domain experts, and one of them was at the pinnacle of the sacred domain. This was a huge favor. In other words, he could make these two sacred domain experts do anything as long as they could do it. On the Noah continent, the sacred domain experts kept their promises. Since the other party had said it, Pratt was not afraid that he could not do it. As for 50 years, for a sacred domain expert, it was just the blink of an eye. After every profession stepped into the sacred domain, their lifespan would be greatly extended. A normal sacred domain expert could easily live up to 300 years old. Even Pratt was only a little over 100 years old. Pratt thought about it and felt that this deal was worth it. Protecting a person was too easy for a sacred domain expert. It was just that the Holy See would be a little troublesome. However, Pratt did not live under the nose of the Holy See, so this was not a problem for him. Pratt did not even have to do anything. As long as Ron stayed in Balavax and did not leave, no one would dare to cause trouble for him. All right, Pratt agreed without hesitation. His tone changed as he said, but Sir Homelin, I have a condition. Homelin seemed to have expected this and nodded. What condition do you have? Just say it. From Homelin's point of view, it was normal for Pratt to raise a condition. After all, he had only given an empty promise. He was surprised that Pratt was willing to agree. Pratt said, if Ron can successfully break through to the master rank, I hope that he can stay in the academy to teach necromancy. Homelin was startled. He did not expect Pratt to raise such an idea. Pratt looked at Homelin's expression and hurriedly added, also, Sir Homelin, you can rest assured that I will not treat him unfairly. His salary will be 30% higher than that of an ordinary teacher. Homelin smiled. It seems that our goals are the same, he nodded. That's fine. I agree on his behalf. A smile finally appeared on Pratt's face. Homelin had two ideas. The first was to find out the truth behind the disappearance of necromancy. The second was to revive necromancy and restore its former glory. If Ron became a teacher of the academy, he would spread the true knowledge of necromancy. This was a good thing. Homelin did not care who studied necromancy. The more people who studied it, the better. That way, necromancy could be revived faster. On the other hand, Pratt cared about the benefits of the Balavax Academy. He saw the potential of necromancy. Perhaps he could use necromancy to suppress the other two academies. Knights were a profession that could be found anywhere. The Balavax Academy also had a knight class, but why did almost all the knights go to the Soaring Dragon Academy? The three words Dragon Knight already explained everything very well. Pratt was full of expectations for Ron. In an abandoned house on the outskirts of Balavax City, Mocklin was trembling as he knelt on the ground, begging for forgiveness. Beside him stood a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes. His face was grave and stern, and his expression was dignified. One look, and one could tell that he was an important person. What did you say? You actually failed? The one who spoke was the Holy See's Council of Elders, the Hall of Piety's Lord Warden. He had disguised himself and sneaked into the Roland Empire's Balavax City to direct the operation against Ron. Unfortunately, he had failed. According to the rules of the Sacred Domain, a Sacred Domain expert was not allowed to step into another Sacred Domain's territory without prior notice. However, this rule was not followed very well. If the local Sacred Domain expert was allowed to pass, he would turn a blind eye. However, if someone caused trouble in his territory, he would have to stand up. The Roman Empire and the Holy Roman Empire were divided due to civil war. Their relationship could not be considered good, so Wharton could only secretly come. Mocklin's body trembled like a sieve. He hurriedly said, Lord Wharton, please calm down. I will definitely find a way to kill Ron. I promise him. Wharton coldly snorted. You better do as you say. Otherwise, you know the consequences. I personally promoted you to the position of Holy Son, so I can personally kick you out. Yes. Yes, this little one understands. Mocklin trembled as he spoke. Get up, my holy son Mocklin. Wharton said sarcastically. Kneeling is not appropriate. Mocklin trembled as he got up. At this moment, he was like a frightened deer. He did not look like a holy son of the Holy See. Wharton shook his head as he watched. It seems that I can't count on him. Wharton thought. He sighed and looked at the Balavax Academy in the distance. A trace of helplessness rose in his heart. He planned to continue to take action against Ron, such as assassinating him. Unfortunately, he did not have time. The Pope of the Holy See sent 3 oracles in a day, asking him to return. Damn it! Wharton cursed and punched the wall, creating a large hole in it. At this moment, he wanted nothing more than to charge into the Balavax Academy and kill Ron, but he did not dare. Wharton clenched his fists in anger. Damn Prats, he actually doesn't listen to force or persuasion. There were 3 Sacred Domain powerhouses in Balavax, and Wharton felt that the 3 Sacred Domain powerhouses, including Pratt's, had already discovered his existence. It was just that they ignored him. Wharton was at a disadvantage. He did not dare to make a move unless he had absolute confidence in defeating Pratt's. Wharton's expression was solemn. I have to report this to the Holy See as soon as possible and take action against him again. Otherwise, if this kid continues to grow, he will become a thorn in our side sooner or later. He sighed and no longer hesitated. He turned and left, ignoring Mocklin's calls. He was completely disappointed in Mocklin. Chapter 170. Early in the morning, a long bell broke the tranquility of the Balarax Academy. When the first ray of sunlight shone on the beds of the people in Dorm 302, everyone had already put on their clothes and got out of bed. Get up. Karachi was like a happy bird as she excitedly knocked on the door of the boys' room in Dorm 302. I just got up. Opening the door, Karachi saw Fatty at a glance. She couldn't help but blush and lower her head. Wife, you're up so early? Come and see me. Fatty winked at him. Ever since their relationship had been made public, Lantry had been very dissatisfied. However, after Ron's persuasion, he was much better now. It seemed that his opposition wasn't that strong. The two of them were soon glued to each other, making others envious. Karachi rolled her eyes at him. I came to see if Ron got up. Who wants to see you? Oh, you fell in love with someone else so soon. Fatty reached out and pinched her pretty face with a smile. Did you take a fancy to my brother Ron? As soon as Fatty said that, Ron, who was getting up, and Karachi, who was standing at the door, blushed. Ron's face was full of embarrassment. What was this? The two of you were flirting here and involved others. It was really lying down and getting shot. Manny walked out and spat at him. She said to Karachi, don't mind him. Nothing good comes out of this fat man's mouth. This guy dares to say anything. Aurora also packed her things. She put everything into the space bag, walked in, knocked on the door, and said with a dissatisfied tone, Still messing around? Shouldn't we head out now? Today was a big day for Dorm 302. As the number 1 dorm in the academy, it was no longer suitable for them to live in the ordinary student dorms. They were moving to the senior student dorms. Today was the day they moved. Oh, Ron responded, packed his simple luggage, and walked out of the hall. Seeing Aurora, he gently walked up and took her hand. Aurora blushed. Don't, so many people are watching. Ron smiled and pointed at Fatty and Karachi. What about them? Aurora looked up and saw Fatty and Karachi holding hands and sticking to each other. Beside them was Lantry, who had a gloomy expression. Aurora's face was burning red, and her expression was a little bashful. However, she didn't let go of Ron's hand. Although the two of them had already confirmed their relationship, it was still limited to holding hands. Ron, this coward, had not even hugged Aurora's slender waist. All right, let's go, Aurora said. The 7 people from room 302 walked out of the door and looked back at room 302. They had lived here for a long time, some for 2 or 3 years. This was the place where they had once lived. Ron sighed in his heart. Although his days in room 302 were dull, they were very fulfilling. He was a little reluctant to leave. Boss Ron, Boss Ron, the 7 of them walked through the corridor and down the stairs. Along the way, they saw many familiar students. Many of them looked at Ron with reverence in their eyes. Fatty could be considered a celebrity here. He smiled and kept greeting everyone. Second, fifth brother, are you moving? That's right. Brothers, if you have time, come to the apartment. Fatty was so excited that he danced with joy. His proud expression was clearly written on his face. Those students looked at the high-spirited people of room 302 with envy in their eyes. They couldn't help but whisper, "They are room 302, the number 1 team in the Academy ranking tournament." A student said, "Wow, number 1 in the Academy, so powerful." Another student obviously didn't care about what was going on outside. He looked at them and asked curiously, "But it seems like there are a few among them who are still at the trainee level. Such a team is actually number 1 in the Academy. Are you kidding me? Who has the time to joke with you?" That student said solemnly, "Do you see that person in front?" "Yes, the short and very thin one. He is Ron, the Ron who is ranked first in the Academy. It could be said that the victory of the ranking battle was single-handedly supported by him." "Wow, so powerful. What's his profession?" Another student's eyes were wide open. "He's a necromancer," that student said proudly. #yin%, #yin. Living in a luxurious student apartment wasn't a pornographic novel. It wasn't anything special. Although there were many poor people in Balavax Academy, there were also many rich people. Most of them were descendants of noble families who couldn't afford to live in an apartment. In fact, many rich students rented luxurious apartments outside of the academy. There were people in Balavax who specifically provided them. However, living in a luxurious apartment in the academy was different. It represented one's identity, strength, and status. It represented the academy's recognition of the students. The significance of this wasn't something that money alone could compare to. What surprised everyone was that the number 1 dormitory in the academy didn't live up to its name. There were only 7 people, and 3 of them were at the trainee level. Trainees were able to live in an apartment that only the elites could live in. This was extremely rare in the history of the Balavax Academy. It could even be said that there was no such thing. All of this was thanks to Ron. Walking along the corridor and crossing the main road, they arrived in front of a 2-story building with an independent courtyard. The building was designed like a castle, just a little smaller. The people of Dorm 302 stood in front of the apartment, their eyes shining. "This is our apartment?" Karachi's face was full of excitement. She jumped and clapped her hands. "If Vice Principal Dabbs is right, this should be it," Aurora said after some thought. "We have the key. Won't we know once we open the door?" Fatty said with a smile, waving the key in his hand. "That's true. Why are we guessing here?" Manny said with a smile. The group walked to the door of the student apartment. Fatty took out the key. At this time, they were surprised to find that the door was already open. "The door is already open? Did we go to the wrong room?" Fatty said in surprise. He looked up and down at the castle-like apartment. He was puzzled. This is it. There's no mistake. It could be the academy's cleaning servants. Rum, who had been silent all this time, said, "I heard that the academy hires people to clean these high-class apartments. It doesn't matter if it is or not. Let's go in and take a look. Even if it is really a mistake, we could just say sorry," Ron said after some thought. "That's true." Fatty smiled and reached out to open the door. At this time, a sudden change occurred. Splash! A plate of water was poured down on Fatty's head, drenching him completely. Even the plate was placed on top of his head. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? Who is it? Whose prank is it? Get out here. Fatty quickly realized that he had been tricked. He picked up the plate and smashed it on the ground, then roared loudly. Ever since he became one of the bosses of the Skull Party, Fatty hadn't been angered like this for a long time. Kikik. A crisp sound came from the room. At this time, a woman in luxurious clothes walked out. She was holding her stomach and laughing nonstop. "I thought someone was tricked. It's you, Fatty. I didn't think that after not seeing you for so long, you're still as stupid as before. Didn't anyone tell you to be careful before entering? It's you." When they saw this person, except for Ron and Rum, everyone in room 302 changed their expressions and said in unison. Ron's gaze focused. At this time, he clearly saw the woman who tricked Fatty. This woman wasn't old. She was wearing a gorgeous white dress. She had a head of golden curly hair and azure blue eyes. Her appearance was beautiful, and her facial features were extremely delicate. In terms of beauty, she wasn't inferior to Shea. She had a trace of a mischievous smile on her face as she looked at everyone. Facing Fatty's angry gaze, she curled her lips indifferently. Ron was a bit puzzled and asked, "You guys know each other?" Aurora coldly snorted. She didn't have a good impression of this woman. "She's called Angel. She's the princess of the Roland Empire's royal family. She once lived in our dormitory for a period of time." "Oh," Ron responded. Looking at their nervous expressions, they probably didn't have a good impression of this woman. It was no wonder that no one had a good impression of a woman who tricked them as soon as she came back. Her? And a royal princess? Ron couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Aurora frowned and asked, "Why did you come back? And why did you come here?" A smile appeared on Angel's face. "I'm from dorm 302. Why can't I come back? Let me tell you, Ben. If the princess likes to come back, then come back. If she doesn't like to come back, then don't come back. Hee, seeing that you guys got first place in the ranking tournament and even got the best student dormitory, this princess came back. How about it?" Karachi angrily glared at Angel. Her heart ached as she reached out to wipe away the water on Fatty's face. "So what if you're from dorm 302? You're not welcome here. Get out." Angel's face was filled with coldness. "Yo, Karachi, I haven't seen you for a few days, and you're already so cocky? Is it because I can't do anything to you just because you got the best dormitory in the academy? Looking at how your strength hasn't improved at all, could it be that you've already forgotten about that hair?" A trace of fear appeared on Karachi's face. She would never forget how Angel used fire magic to burn her hair. Because of this, her brother, Lantry, was so angry that he fought with her. Unfortunately, the two siblings were not her opponent. In the end, the matter was settled with Aurora's intervention. However, even Aurora couldn't do anything to her. Angel's strength was very strong. She already had the strength of a senior magician. However, she liked to play tricks on others the most, and it was quite excessive. The ones she played tricks on the most were Fatty, Lantry, and his sister. The three of them dared to be angry with Angel, but they didn't dare to say anything. Firstly, they couldn't beat her. Secondly, Angel was the princess of the Roland Empire's royal family, His Majesty Nikolai's most beloved daughter. No one could do anything to her. However, Angel dared to play tricks on Fatty and the other two, but she didn't dare to provoke Aurora. It must be known that Aurora was the strongest archer in the entire academy, and archers had the title of Magician Killer, which just happened to restrain her. This made her restrain herself a little when dealing with Aurora. Chapter 171. Angel's appearance cast a shadow over dorm 302. Everyone's face was filled with disgust. Although it was the first time Ron and Rum had seen Angel, they didn't have a good impression of her malicious pranks. Maybe she's a bit unruly because she's a princess. She's pretty, so she shouldn't be a bad person, Ron thought. He smiled and said, "Second, fifth brother, let's forget about it. Maybe Princess Angel was just joking with you." Joking? Maybe, but if you knew what kind of person she is, you wouldn't say that, Fatty thought. But since Ron had spoken, he could only nod and suppress his anger. Karachi took out a towel from her space bag and wiped Fatty's face. Angel looked at Ron with a smile on her face. Seeing the intimacy between Fatty and Karachi, her eyes were a bit strange, but she didn't say anything. No one spoke in the huge hall. The atmosphere was a bit stiff. No one was mentally prepared for Angel's sudden return. They didn't know how to treat her. Ron forced a smile and showed a helpless expression to Aurora. What else could he say with Angel's noble status? After all, they were now in the Roland Empire. The Balarax Academy was just one of the cities in the Roland Empire. "Let's go in and see our rooms," Ron said to everyone, breaking the deadlock. Everyone's expressions eased a bit, and they followed Ron up the stairs. The luxury apartment was different from the ordinary student dormitories. Everyone's room was independent. In other words, everyone had at least one room in this apartment. It wasn't like the ordinary student dormitories, where the boys lived in one room and the girls lived in another. In this way, the accommodation conditions and space were much larger. Seeing the individual rooms and luxurious decorations, the gloominess of the people in room 302 was swept away. They became happy, and smiles appeared on their faces. They entered one room after another and pointed at the facilities in the rooms. "This one is mine. I want this one, Aurora. I'll live next to you." Ron looked at all of this with a smile. Everyone in room 302 was brimming with happiness. "Ron, where's your room?" Manny walked over and asked with a smile. "There's no hurry. You guys can choose first. I'm fine with any room." Ron said with a smile. "Read gleeful pornographic novels." Among the people in the dormitory, Angel crossed her arms as if she was watching a show. There was a cold smile on her face. Looking at Ron's back, her heart skipped a beat, and a strange smile appeared on her face. She clenched her 5 fingers, and elemental energy quickly gathered. A fireball floated above her palm, pulsing nonstop. Angel raised her hand, and the fireball in her hand shot towards Ron's back. Aurora had just turned around and was shocked by the situation. "Ron, get out of the way." Ron also felt something strange behind him, but it was too late for him to dodge. A thought flashed through his mind, and he silently chanted an incantation. Bone Shield. Ron's summoning speed and reaction speed were top-notch. It only took half a second for a bone shield to form quickly, blocking the fireball. Boom! The fireball hit the bone shield with a loud bang, and sparks flew everywhere. "Angel, what are you doing? Don't go too far. How dare you attack Boss Ron?" Before Ron could say anything, everyone in room 302 had already angrily shouted, especially Fatty, Lantry, and Karachi, who glared at Angel. Aurora was extremely angry. Angel's behavior had crossed her bottom line. "Angel, don't go too far. Since you've chosen to come back to room 302, you should get along well with everyone. Otherwise, even if you're the princess of the Roland Empire, I won't give you face." Ron was finally angered by Angel. It was the first time he met Angel, and they didn't have any grudges against each other. However, she attacked him as soon as he came up, and it was a sneak attack from behind. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been injured. After taking a deep breath, Ron slowly stood up and said as calmly as possible, "Miss Angel, you can call me Miss Angel. I think you owe me an explanation." Pairs of resentful eyes shot towards Angel, especially Fatty and the other two. Their eyes were red. As long as Ron gave the order, they would pounce on Angel and teach her an unforgettable lesson. Angel's expression was still indifferent after her sneak attack failed. Her eyes revealed a hint of slyness. "You're Ron, the number 1 of the Academy ranking tournament, right?" "Haha, I was just joking with you," Ron said with a straight face. "This joke isn't funny at all." Angel rolled her eyes and said with a laugh, "Haha, according to my teacher, if an enemy wants to attack you, they won't take the initiative to greet you. They'll think of ways to sneak attack you, so you have to train your reaction when you're attacked. Just now, I wanted to see your reaction speed when you're attacked, and it's really not bad." Ron didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "So, your sneak attack is justified? Your goal is to help me?" "Ha, that's right. If it weren't for the fact that you're the number 1 in the Academy, I wouldn't have gone to test you," Angel said with a face full of contempt. Angel spoke with conviction, but it was obvious that everyone didn't accept her explanation. Manny snorted coldly. What a high-sounding reason. What test? If Ron hadn't reacted quickly, I'm afraid he would have been injured. Angel smiled slyly. What's the big deal if he's injured? Isn't there a priest here? He'll be fine after some healing, Fatty sneered. Angel, you don't have to use flowery words here. Ron doesn't know who you are, but I know very well. Haha. Fatty, speak clearly. Who is this princess? Angel said tit for tat. If you can't say it, you'll have to suffer in the future. You dash. Fatty was so angry that his face turned red. He was about to refute loudly. Enough. At this moment, Ron waved his hand and shouted in a low voice. Everyone stopped talking. Slowly raising his head, Ron said calmly, I don't care if you did it intentionally or not. Forget it, but I hope that this is the last time, Angel sneered. Are you threatening me? You can interpret it that way. Ron stared at Angel and said calmly. Perhaps because Ron's stare made her hair stand, Angel turned her head and said unwillingly, Even my father can't control me. Who do you think you are? Do you think you can do whatever you want? Ron said, I've already said this much. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. But we're all from the same dormitory. I don't want to make things unpleasant. After saying that, he smiled slightly. If there's nothing else, everyone can go back to their rooms. Everyone in dormitory 302 responded and dispersed. Fatty, Lantry, and Karachi glared at Angel fiercely. There were a lot of things that needed to be packed after moving to a new house. Everyone returned to their rooms and got busy. Ron also returned to his room. The room was very luxurious. There was a big bed, a desk, a magic lamp on the bedside, and a separate bathroom next to it. A special weapon rack and armor rack were hung on the wall, adding a bit of convenience. The design and layout of the room were humanized. They had basically thought of everything that they could think of. Everyone's room was tidied up by themselves. However, Ron heard Angel calling in a few maid from the palace to help her tidy up the room. She ordered them around arrogantly and loudly scolded the servants. Her arrogant voice could be heard throughout the entire dormitory, causing a commotion. Ron shook his head helplessly. He didn't expect the 8th person in dormitory 302 to be like this. She looked extremely difficult to get along with. He would have a headache in the future. After a long time, Angel's room finally quieted down. She drove the servants away. Only then did the dormitory truly quiet. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on Ron's door. Coming. Ron answered and opened the door. It was Aurora who came in. Aurora looked at Ron's room. It was tidy and tidy. She smiled and said, Is it all tidied up? I was going to come over and help. It seems that I don't need to. Ron smiled embarrassedly. It's nothing. I just tidied it up casually. Can I come in and sit for a while? Aurora said with a smile. Why not? Ron welcomed her in and closed the door. Aurora walked to Ron's bed and sat down. She sighed and looked like she had a lot on her mind. What's wrong? Ron also smiled and sat down on the other side of the bed. Aurora looked at Ron and bit her lips. I'm a bit worried. Worried about what? Angel. Ron smiled. What's there to worry about? Yes, this girl is a bit unruly. However, she is the princess of the Roland Empire. It's normal for her to have a temper. In Ron's opinion, most of the nobles were abnormal. Unruly, willful, and selfish were common things, let alone a noble princess. Compared to the nobles he had seen who killed people in anger, Angel was much better. She just liked to tease people. Aurora shook her head and smiled bitterly. Ron, you don't know Angel. She's not as simple as you think. Princess Angel was a scourge. She couldn't get along with anyone. She had been transferred to several dormitories. Those people had a lot of opinions about her, so she had been assigned to dormitory 302. During the days when Angel stayed in dormitory 302, Fatty Lantera and Karachi lived like they were in hell. They were on tenterhooks every day and called her a little devil behind her back. Angel especially liked to bully and tease the three of them. Even Aurora and Manny had been plotted against by her. Therefore, the people in dormitory 302 had no good feelings about her. Aurora told Ron how Angel used to bully the three of them. Ron frowned. No way. How could she do that? After all, they were classmates. There was no hatred between them. Did she have to be so cruel? Was she provoked by something? Aurora sighed. Perhaps it's just as you said. Some nobles are born abnormal. It's not that I can't do anything to her, but we're still in the land of the Roland Empire. I'm afraid. Chapter 172. Early the next morning, a scream broke the tranquility of the morning. The scream came from Karachi's room. The voice was filled with fear, sorrow, and despair. What's going on? Ron's heart trembled. He put on his clothes and quickly got up. He opened the door and ran to Karachi's room. The door of Karachi's room was open. The floor was in a mess. Karachi covered her face and cried on the table. A mirror fell to the ground, and the fragments scattered all over the floor. Aurora and Manny's room was very close to Karachi's. They had already arrived. What's wrong? While Ron was in a daze, Fatty, Lantry, Rum, and the others also arrived. Fatty asked nervously as soon as he arrived. Karachi covered her face and cried. Her expression was indescribably sad. Aurora looked at Ron and then at Fatty. She frowned and helplessly said, I also just arrived. I don't know what's going on. She didn't say anything when I asked. Seeing Karachi crying sadly, Fatty nervously asked, Karachi, what's wrong? Why are you covering your face? Don't come over. Seeing Fatty, Karachi screamed as if she had seen a ghost. Her whole face was on the table. At the same time, she prevented Fatty from approaching. Ron's eyes were sharp. He saw Karachi's face the moment she waved her hand. His heart suddenly shook. What? Karachi's face was covered with black dots of different sizes. They bulged up one by one, making people's scalp tingle. How could this be? Not only did Ron see it, but even Aurora and Manny also saw it. They were all stunned. Karachi cried and buried her face in the table. No, she didn't want anyone to see her, especially Fatty. She didn't want Fatty to see her like this. This made Fatty anxious like an ant on a hot pan. It's this. Manny picked up a bottle from the ground. The bottle had fallen to the ground, and the liquid inside spilled all over the floor. It was a bottle of cheap cosmetics. Karachi had the habit of wearing light makeup every morning, and today was no exception. Needless to say, she must have used something in the bottle. Ever since Karachi followed Fatty, he had given her expensive cosmetics, but she was reluctant to use them. She only used them to show off on important days. Usually, she only used cheap products. Lansam walked over and patted Karachi's shoulder, saying, Karachi, let me take a look at you. Karachi cried, leaning over the table and stubbornly shaking her head. Lansam glanced at the crowd and said patiently, Karachi, I'm a priest. Let me have a look. Maybe I can cure you. Yes, let Lansam take a look. Maybe there's a way. Aurora also persuaded. After hesitating for a while, Karachi finally nodded and slowly raised her head. Lansam's heart trembled. What kind of face was this? He saw that Karachi's delicate and beautiful face was covered with large and small black spots, which protruded out one by one. It looked extremely terrifying and disgusting. Although Aurora and the others didn't see Karachi's face directly, they guessed that it should be a problem with her appearance. They didn't dare to get too close for fear of provoking Karachi. The most important thing for a girl was her appearance. Seeing such a good face become like this, everyone's heart sank to the bottom. How is it? What's going on? How did it become like this? Lantry asked nervously. After all, Karachi was her sister. Manny looked at the cheap bottle in her hand. Could it be that this thing became bad, and then Karachi used it, which led to this? No. Lansam sighed and stood up. She was poisoned. She was poisoned. I don't know what kind of poison it is. Poisoned? How could she be poisoned? Aurora asked in surprise. The fat man roared. I don't care how Karachi was poisoned. I just want to ask if it can be cured. If it's a matter of money, don't worry. I'll give you any amount. You must cure her. Lansam shook his head. It's not a matter of money. This kind of poison is specially made. Ordinary antidotes are useless. It must be a specially made antidote. Ron asked in a deep voice, Can you make it? He also felt sad to see Karachi like this. But what made him wonder was how she could be poisoned. Lansam hesitated for a moment. I've learned some knowledge about pharmaceutics, but to make an antidote, I must know what kind of poison she was poisoned with. At this time, a lazy voice came from outside the door. Angel appeared at Karachi's door in her pajamas. She stretched and said, You guys are so noisy. I can't sleep early in the morning. She glanced at Karachi as if she had discovered a new continent. Aha, Karachi, how did your face become like this? Waha, this is great. You finally have a chance to test the fatty's attitude towards you. If he still likes you after you become like this, then this princess will have to congratulate you properly. You found a man of your dreams who is hell-bent on you. Angel's tone was full of schadenfreude. Karachi's mood, which had calmed down, could no longer bear it. She lay on the table and cried again. For a moment, Everyone in dormitory 302 was indignant. Even Aurora couldn't stand it. Angel, Karachi is already like this. Don't make sarcastic remarks here. Don't you think it's chaotic enough? I didn't say anything wrong. If the fat man still loves her, then it proves that the fat man doesn't covet Karachi's appearance. In other words, the fat man is sincere. Isn't that a good thing? Angel clapped her hands and said with a smile. Lantry couldn't hold it in anymore. He rushed to Angel and shouted, Angel, how did my sister offend you? Tell me, did you do this? Did you poison Karachi's face? When everyone heard this, they suddenly realized, including Aurora and Manny. They all felt that the matter was suspicious. The dormitory had only been moved in for a day, and this had happened. Angel couldn't deny that she had something to do with it. In addition, this matter was very much in line with her style. Stop, stop, stop. Angel waved her hand and said, This princess has just arrived. Don't pour dirty water on me. You said that I poisoned Karachi. May I ask, what evidence do you have? If you don't have evidence, I won't accuse you of slander. Once Angel's words came out, everyone fell silent. That's right. What could they do without evidence? Even if they knew that she was the one who did it, if she refused to admit it, no one could do anything about it. If they said that a noble princess had a grudge against a commoner girl, not many people would believe it. Lantry's heart rose and fell, and he seemed to be extremely angry. At this time, he suddenly rushed to Angel like an angry bull and roared, I'll kill you. No one had expected this to happen, and it was already too late to stop it. However, Angel seemed to have been prepared. The hand behind her back suddenly pushed forward. With a boom, a flame exploded. Lantry's burning body flew up and landed heavily on the table behind him, breaking it into pieces. Lantry! Lantry! Fatty, Ron, and the others ran over and helped Lantry up. Rum took the opportunity to heal Lantry. Brother! Karachi no longer cared about her image and quickly ran to Lantry's side. Angel sneered and said, Reckless thing, how dare you sneak attack me? Don't you know how strong you are? Then she said happily, my reaction speed has increased again. I can kill a warrior at such a close distance. Oh yeah, are you okay? Ron reached out and helped Lantry up. Lantry didn't answer, but stared at Angel with his red eyes. Angel snorted unhappily. Why are you looking at me? If I say it's not, then it's not. You deserved it. Seeing Angel's self-righteous look, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that she really didn't do it? Ron sighed. Forget it. Let's go find the Academy's teachers. Maybe they can find a solution. Everyone could only nod helplessly. Suddenly, Manny seemed to have thought of something and screamed. Ah! Aurora asked curiously. Manny, what's wrong? Manny pointed at Angel with a dirty look on her face. I said, I remember now. Last night, I accidentally opened the door and saw her in the hall. At that time, I clearly remember that Karachi's room door was open. Angel's face changed slightly. What? Karachi said in surprise. I didn't open the door last night. Me neither. Me neither. For a moment, everyone's face changed. Manny's words were directed at Angel. At this moment, Ron's face darkened. He knew that if he didn't say anything, it would be inappropriate. Angel, I think you should explain this matter. Angel shrugged her shoulders and said with a smile, What do you want me to explain? What's there to explain? Yes, I opened the door last night and walked out of the hall, but Manny also opened the door. Why don't you suspect her? Also, what Karachi said might not be right. Maybe she was the one who put the poison in him? Why do you believe her? Ha! Everyone's face tightened, and anger burst out from their eyes. They had seen shameless people, but they had never seen such a shameless person. The matter was very obvious, but she was still denying it. Ron said in a deep voice, It seems that you don't intend to tell the truth. TSK, what truth? You. What right do you have to force this princess to answer? If this princess gets angry, I'll ask my father to send people to kill you. Angel was a little lacking in confidence. She brought out her father, His Majesty Nikolai, the Emperor of the Roland Empire. Seeing Karachi's face become like this, and the initiator still refused to admit it, Ron's anger reached a critical point. A green light flashed in his eyes, and a faint murderous intent filled the air. Suddenly, the entire hall of the apartment was filled with a gloomy and terrifying aura. Everyone held their breath. They all knew that Ron was really angry. Chapter 173. Very good, you finally admit it. Lantry's eyes turned blood red, and he strode towards Angel. Wait, don't be impulsive. At this time, Ron took a deep breath, calmed down, and stopped Lantry. Lantry listened to Ron and stopped, but the anger on his face could not be suppressed. Ron looked at Angel, who had an indifferent smile on her face, as if the matter had nothing to do with her. He asked in a deep voice, "Why did you do this?" "Why?" Angel smiled. "Karachi, you little B*TCH, weren't you very impressive yesterday? You told this princess to get lost. How does it feel now? Does it feel good? Let me tell you, this is the consequence of offending this princess." Ron was angry. Just because of this? Isn't this enough? She offended this princess. Not killing her is already giving her a lot of face. Angel smiled and said proudly, "By the way, let me tell you something. This poison is specially prepared. It is extracted from the poison sac of a level 3 exotic beast, the poison toad. When applied to human skin, it will produce small spots like the toad's skin. Hee, if you want to treat it, hurry up. Otherwise, the poison will penetrate into the skin, and even a special antidote won't be able to cure it." When Karachi heard this, she cried sadly. Everyone in Dorm 302 looked at the smug Angel and had the urge to rush up and beat her up. Ron stretched out his hand. "Give it to me." "Give what?" Angel pretended to be stupid. Ron took a deep breath. "The antidote." Angel giggled, looked at the angry Ron, and sneered. "You really are a group of brainless people. I was the one who poisoned her. Do you think I would bring the antidote with me?" Raising his head slightly, Ron stared at Angel, frowned, and said in a deep voice, "Miss Angel, if you want to teach Karachi a lesson, you have already achieved your goal. If you delay any longer, her face will be ruined. We are all classmates. It won't be good for anyone to play with her too much." Hearing this, Angel jumped up. "Bastard, what right do you have to teach me a lesson? Even if Karachi is disfigured, what does that have to do with me? Let me tell you, I don't have the antidote. Even if I did, I wouldn't give it to you." Ron's gaze turned cold. "Are you really not going to give it to me?" "No." Angel refused to budge. "Then don't blame me for being impolite." Ron took a deep breath, mobilized the soul power in his body, and gently spat out, "Bone prison." A bone prison rose from the ground and firmly trapped Angel. Angel's gaze turned cold. "You actually dare to attack this princess? You don't want to live anymore? Go to hell." A fireball with blazing heat flew towards Ron. Ron tilted his head slightly and dodged it. With a boom, a large hole was blasted in the wall, and Angel took the opportunity to escape. Ron was slightly startled. He originally only wanted to trap Angel and force her to hand over the antidote, but he didn't expect Princess Angel to be so strong. Angel shouted, "Ron, I heard that you are an ancient necromancer, the #1 person in the Balarax Academy. But this princess is not to be trifled with. If you want the antidote, you have to defeat this princess." "As you wish." Ron's eyes flashed with anger, and a white bone spear in his hand pierced out. In such a narrow place like the apartment, Ron had the advantage in close combat. At this time, Angel's heart was filled with regret. Why did she fight with him here? She, as a magician, had no advantage in such a narrow space. If she had known, she would have rushed out of the apartment to fight. The others in room 302 didn't make a move, but they were secretly cheering for Ron in their hearts. At this time, Angel clenched her teeth, and a flame forced Ron to retreat. She turned and rushed to the balcony. According to Angel's plan, as long as she jumped out of the balcony on the second floor and used the levitation spell to land on the ground, she would be able to defeat Ron with the spacious space outside. However, Ron easily saw through her intentions. He quickly rushed in front of her and reached out to stop her. The bone spear in his hand flicked, and the dark gold-grayed magic staff in her hand flew out of her hand. The sharp bone spear was pressed against her snow-white tender neck. "You lost," Ron said expressionlessly. Angel sneered. Humph, you only have the advantage in close combat. If we were in a spacious place, you definitely wouldn't be my opponent, Ron said calmly. I can give you another chance to challenge me. You can choose the time and place, but not now. You have lost. Hand over the antidote. After bringing Angel back, Ron raised his voice. His bone spear was still pressed against Angel's throat. I said, I don't have it. Angel was very stubborn. Kill me if you have guts. See if my father doesn't kill your whole family. Ron smiled slightly. Why would I kill you? I want the antidote. He then said to Aurora and Manny, Go, search her portal bag. Aurora nodded. She reached out and touched Angel's waist. Then, she removed the space bag from her body. Angel said angrily, You actually dared to touch this princess things? Angel pretended to be angry, but an imperceptible sinister smile flashed across her face. It was this sinister smile that Ron sensitively caught. Strange, why does she look so angry, but there aren't any soul waves coming out? Ron looked at Angel. She seems very calm. As a profession that studied the power of the soul, necromancers were naturally very sensitive to souls. As his strength increased, he could also sense things that were usually hard to detect. Found it, Aurora said excitedly as she took out a bottle of antidote from Angel's portal bag. Manny quickly took it and sniffed it. The antidote was light yellow and had a hint of fragrance. Yes, it's the antidote. She immediately handed it to Karachi. Karachi took it. Her eyes reddened, and she cast a grateful look at Ron. She hesitated and asked, How do I use this antidote? Ron turned his head. I'm asking you. How do I use this? Do I drink it or apply on my face? Angel became very cooperative at this time and nodded. Apply it on your face, and the poison will be removed. Karachi was overjoyed. She opened the bottle of antidote and was about to apply the antidote on her face. She couldn't wait. A hint of joy appeared on Angel's face. Wait, Ron said, dragging his voice. Karachi's hand stopped in midair, and she looked at him puzzled. Ron took the antidote from Karachi's hand and sniffed it. He frowned and then said to Aurora, Show me her portal bag. Aurora handed Angel's portal bag to him and said, What's there to see? This portal bag is empty. Ron took it and looked inside. Sure enough, the portal bag was empty. In other words, there was nothing inside except for the bottle of antidote. Ron looked up and said to everyone, This bottle of antidote is fake. As soon as he said this, everyone in Dorm 302 was shocked. The antidote was fake? How was that possible? This was obviously found on Angel's body. Besides, how did he know it was fake? A trace of panic finally appeared on Angel's face. Ron, how did you know it was fake? Aurora asked immediately. Ron glanced at Angel and said, If it were you, would you put nothing in the portal bag but a bottle of antidote? This is clearly a trap for us. Angel's face finally changed. She was secretly angry. Why didn't she put more things in the portal bag? She miscalculated. Isn't that right, Honorable Princess Angel? Ron sneered, Good acting. If I'm not wrong, this isn't an antidote at all, but a medicine to aggravate Karachi's condition. You deliberately put it in the portal bag for me to find. It's really a good plan? You saw through it. On the contrary, Angel didn't have a trace of remorse. She smiled and said, I said that I don't have an antidote. It was you who insisted that this was an antidote. I couldn't help it. I didn't know that you were born with a good appearance, but your heart is quite poisonous. Ron sneered and said, Let's be clear. Where is the antidote now? I'll tell you clearly again, there is none. Angel refused to be outdone and said coldly. Looking at Angel's indifferent expression, Ron thought to himself, Angel must have an antidote. If it's not on her, then it can only be. Ron looked at Angel's room and saw that it was open. The things inside were neatly stacked. He raised his eyebrows slightly and said, Go and search her room. I think the antidote should be in her room. Angel's face changed greatly when she heard this. How can you go in? You okay? Aurora and the others nodded without hesitation. They ignored Angel's protest and walked into her room together. Angel stood up anxiously, but was pressed down by Ron. He silently chanted an incantation, and a bone prison appeared out of thin air, firmly trapping her. "You can stay here for a while," Ron said with a smile. Angel grabbed the edge of the bone prison, and her eyes were filled with resentment. "Ron, you bastard, let me out. You dare to trap this princess? When this princess gets out, I'll definitely ask my father to send people to kill you." Ron ignored her and walked directly into her room. Everyone carefully searched Angel's room. They searched every inch of the room, not letting go of any suspicious places. This was because it concerned Karachi's future. If there were a few more black spots on her beautiful face, her life would be ruined. Manny opened Angel's wardrobe and searched her pockets for a while. She found a small bottle filled with a white, colorless, and odorless medicine. She called out, "Ron, is this it?" Ron took it and sniffed it. He was troubled again. He didn't know anything about pharmaceutics. When he showed it to Rum only said that it was very similar, but he didn't dare to be sure. "Princess Angel, do you think this is it?" Ron waved the potion in front of Angel. Since you know, why ask me?" Angel said with a roll of her eyes. Ron's eyebrows jumped. He could feel a familiar soul fluctuation. This fluctuation came from Princess Angel, which showed that she was panicking. Chapter 174. Karachi took it and thanked Ron gratefully before glaring fiercely at Angel. Angel's heart skipped a beat. She was unwilling to give up and made a final effort. She raised her head and looked at Ron with a smile that was not a smile. "How can you be so sure? Aren't you afraid that it's fake again?" Ron smiled. Hee. "Princess Angel, you know that I'm a necromancer, a person who studies souls. Just now, your expression was very angry, but your soul fluctuations were very calm, so I thought you were fake. But now it's the opposite. Your expression is very calm, but your soul fluctuations are very intense. You can hide this from others, but you can't hide it from me." Ron smiled and pointed at himself. "I'm very sensitive to soul power now. Princess Angel, don't use these tricks on me in the future." Princess Angel was so angry that she couldn't speak. She could only glare at Ron angrily. Needless to say, the other party had hit the nail on the head. Ron waved his hand and said to Karachi, "Go, this potion is definitely real. I dare to guarantee it with my life." Karachi took the potion and walked back to her room and closed the door. In the hall, Ron and Angel stared at each other, while the others looked anxiously at Karachi's door, hoping that she would get better. Angel said fiercely, "Ron, I won't let you go. As soon as I go back, I'll ask my father to send someone to kill you. Please." Ron said with a smile, "You've said this no less than 10 times. Even if you're not annoyed, I'm annoyed. By the way, are you tired?" Looking at Angel's stubborn expression, Ron was both angry and amused. "You're clearly in the wrong first, okay? Look at you. It's as if you've been wronged," Angel sneered. "You can keep making sarcastic remarks here. As soon as I'm free, I'll go back and report to my father that you bullied me. I'll kill all of you." If I tell him that you bullied me, let's see if my father will believe you or me." Ron smiled. "Okay, you can report today's matter to His Majesty Nikolai. I'll also tell this matter to Dean Platts. Let's see if he believes you or me." Hearing Platts, Angel was speechless. His Majesty of the Roland Empire could be said to have a high position. A single order could cause rivers of blood, but he could not do anything to the powerhouses of the sacred domain. The powerhouses of the sacred domain were not afraid of any worldly power. On the contrary, His Majesty Nikolai had to curry favor with these powerhouses of the sacred domain. The so-called Roland Empire was actually supported by a group of powerhouses of the sacred domain. Without these powerhouses of the sacred domain, there would be no Roland Empire. If one day these powerhouses of the sacred domain suddenly disappeared, the existence of the Roland Empire would be a problem. Ron brought up the Saint Domain expert, Dean Platts, to suppress her, causing Angel to be unable to make sound. She could only sulk inwardly. "Okay, I'm finally better." At this time, Karachi's door opened and she happily rushed out. Her beautiful oval face had returned to its original appearance. "Karachi, you're really better?" Fatty happily stepped forward and said. He reached out and touched her face, then cried out exaggeratedly. Let me see. It seems to be a lot smoother than before. Damn it. Although she knew that Fatty was trying to make her happy, Karachi was still a little embarrassed. Lantry stepped forward and said, Ron, thank you. This time it was because of you. Ron smiled and waved his hand. I'm the captain of Dorm 302. This is what I should do. No need to thank me. After saying that, he turned to Angel and said seriously, Princess Angel, by right, I should call you Your Highness. I'm sorry about today's matter, but I hope that the same thing will not happen again. We are all roommates in the same dorm. What conflict can't be resolved? After saying that, he released the bone prison, and the long bones retracted into the ground. Angel regained her freedom, but not only was she not grateful to Ron, she looked at him as if he was an enemy. She coldly said, Ron, I will remember today's humiliation. In the future, I will return it 100 times over. Just you wait. After saying that, under everyone's shocked gaze, she slammed the door and left. Aurora sighed. Ron, you have to be careful. Angel won't let this go easily. She will definitely find a way to deal with you. Ron smiled. Don't worry, the Balarax Academy is not a place for her to mess around. The next afternoon, Ron was sitting on his bed and cultivating. Ever since he had his own room, it was much more convenient for him to cultivate. He didn't have to run to the undead Major's back mountain every time. He could cultivate quietly without being disturbed. Ron hadn't had a breakthrough in a long time. At this time, his strength was stuck at the 9th level of the advanced level. He was only a little bit away from breaking through. Although Grandpa Homelin had told him many times not to be anxious, and that the growth of strength was something that would happen when the conditions were right, Ron was still a little impatient. In fact, Ron's cultivation speed was extremely rare in the entire history of human cultivation on the Noah continent. He had been at the Balarax Academy for almost half a year, and he was only 16 years old. At 16 years old, he was already at the peak of the advanced level. Apart from a few extremely talented races, this was indeed rare among humans. Could it be that I won't be able to break through for the rest of my life? At this time, a thought suddenly popped into Ron's mind. According to Grandpa Homelin, Archmage Necromancer was a threshold. Some people, no matter how talented they were, couldn't cross this threshold. If they couldn't cross it, it meant that they would forever be at the warrior level. The opportunity to break through wasn't something that time could make up for. Some people reached the peak of the warrior level at the age of 20, and it was normal for them to be unable to break through for the rest of their lives. This was what Ron was most worried about. A warrior-level genius didn't mean anything. A mediocre person who could break through to the master level was much better than a genius who couldn't break through to the master level. Forget it. Let's not think about it. Some things can't be forced, Ron said as he scratched his head and sat up from the bed. These days, Angel hadn't shown up, so the entire apartment was a lot quieter. Fatty Lantrikalaki didn't have to live in fear anymore. Everyone stayed away from a lawless and noble girl like Angel. Dong, dong, dong. There was a knock on the door. Coming. Ron responded and ran to open the door. Aurora was outside the door. She said with a smile that wasn't a smile, There are 2 beauties outside looking for you. I was afraid to disturb your cultivation, so I came in now, beauties? Ron looked outside the door. It was actually Shea and Kadena. The 2 beauties, one big and one small, stood there charmingly, like 2 beautiful sisters. Ron stared at them. At this time, his heart skipped a beat. The 2 of them weren't here to denounce him, right? After all, they used to be the number 1 dorm in the academy. Now, they had snatched it from him. Ron. Shea and Kadena saw Ron and immediately stood up and greeted him with a smile. She took the initiative to say, Ron, I haven't had time to congratulate you. Your dorm 302 won the championship of the academy ranking tournament. Now, it's the number 1 dorm in the academy. That's good. Looks like they aren't here to denounce me. Ron sighed in relief and said modestly, Not at all. I was just lucky. Homelin's grandfather told him that he must always remember the word humility. If he had the ability but didn't use it, that was the highest realm of the strong. This was different from the current worldview of the Noah continent. The people here had a bit of strength, and their tails were up in the sky, as if they were afraid that others didn't know. But when they saw the strong, they would bow down to them. According to Homeland's grandfather, there were too many strong people in this world. Even if you were a strong person in the sacred domain, there were many people or creatures stronger than you. It was just that you didn't have the chance to meet them. Being too arrogant was courting death. Looking at the two women's kind smiles, Ron also smiled in return. What wind blew you here today? Ron, you forgot so quickly? Shea said with a smile. You promised to help me upgrade my weapon to dark gold grade. Ah. Ron slapped his head. Sorry, I forgot. After saying that, he smiled and said, No problem, leave it to me. Shea and Kadena looked at each other and smiled. Shea said, Ron, you're really straightforward. We didn't waste our time knowing each other. As she said that, she took out a pornographic novel from her waist. She took out an item from her dimensional bag and handed it to Ron. It was a gold, one-handed night sword. Compared to the first time Ron and Shea met, she was still using a navy blue one-handed night sword. Later on, she spent a lot of money to find an enchanter to upgrade her navy blue weapon to gold grade. Then, when she tried to upgrade it to dark gold grade, she failed and became penniless. However, Shea participated in the ranking tournament and obtained a large sum of money after winning second place. She also remembered that Ron had promised to help her upgrade her weapon, so she bought the materials to look for Ron. She didn't know why, but she had a lot of confidence in Ron. Ron took Shea's weapon and said, Wait a moment. Then, he returned to his room and closed the door. Only Shea, Kadena, and Aurora were left in the hall. The rest of the people went to class or went out. Due to the previous dispute, the atmosphere was awkward. Fortunately, Shea took the initiative to talk to Aurora. Aurora was originally shy, but after a few words, she slowly opened up and started chatting. The topic was training, adventuring, and so on. Shea was a mercenary, so she went to many places. When she talked endlessly. Aurora was fascinated by her, and the grudges in her heart were swept away. Ever since he helped his roommates upgrade their weapons, Ron had left behind a few enchantment cards. With these enchantment cards and his proficiency in enchantment, he finally succeeded after failing once. The gold one-handed night sword was upgraded to a dark gold one-handed night sword. Ron opened the door and wiped the sweat off his face. It took a little long, but it's done. Shea was overjoyed when she heard this. She stood up and took the dark gold one-handed night sword from Ron. Her face was full of excitement. Finally succeeded. I also have a dark gold equipment. Kadena also smiled. Congratulations, Sister Shea. Chapter 175. Ron took out the remaining beast essences and handed them to Shea. Here, this is... Shea was stunned. These are the beast essences you have left. I don't need them anymore, so I'll return them to you. Ron answered honestly. What? Shea and Kadena couldn't believe their eyes. There's still so many left? Shea counted. She had given Ron 13 beast essences, and there were still 11 left. In other words, Ron had only used 2 beast essences to upgrade her gold grade, one-handed knight sword to dark gold grade. It was no wonder they were shocked. Ron, are you an enchanter by profession? Shea was both surprised and delighted. Even if you're an enchanter by profession, you can't upgrade a gold grade beast essence to dark gold grade with just 2 beast essences. Aurora smiled. Ron's enchanting skills are amazing. These are just child's play. She glanced at Ron, her face full of pride. Don't mention it, Ron said modestly. Next time, if you have any weapons or equipment that you want to enchant, just bring them to me. I can help you. Shea and Kadena's eyes lit up, and they said in unison, Thank you so much. The three's bell-like laughter came from dorm 302. At this moment, Shea seemed to have thought of something. Right, Ron? You have to be careful of Mocklin. You know that he's joined the Holy See, and he might do something to you. Mocklin? Ron frowned. He hasn't dropped out of school? Ron thought that Mocklin should have dropped out of school after losing so much face in the ranking tournament. Shea sighed softly and shook her head. After the ranking tournament, Machlin's reputation had indeed hit rock bottom. If it wasn't for his strength, he probably wouldn't have been able to stay in the academy. Now, wherever he went, he would be met with disdainful gazes. However, Shea did not know what he was thinking. Since he had already joined the Holy See, why was he still staying in the academy? The only explanation was that he had not given up and wanted to take Ron's life. Ron smiled. Don't be afraid. I still have the ability to protect myself against him. Shea thought, it's not just self-defense. Machlin is probably no match for you, right? But she didn't say it out loud. Ron was telling the truth. The reason he was able to defeat Machlin was because of Homelin's strength. He wasn't strong enough to defeat Machlin, but he had no problem protecting himself. I believe you. Shea smiled sweetly. At this moment, Kadena smiled and said, Oh right, I heard that Princess Angel from your dorm is back. Ron nodded and said in surprise, You know about this too? I know a little. Kadena tucked her hair behind her ear, revealing her smooth forehead. She smiled and said, But I heard that her temper isn't too good and she's hard to get along with. You guys have to be careful when staying with her. Ron and Aurora looked at each other, thinking that Princess Angel wasn't just hard to get along with. She wanted to kill them. However, he didn't say it out loud. Instead, he smiled and said, Her personality is indeed a little strange, but we get along well. Kadena smiled and understood that it wasn't convenient for him to say in public. She said to Shea, Sister Shea, we've also disturbed Ron for a long time. If there's nothing else, let's go back. Shea nodded and said goodbye to Ron and Aurora. Ron and Carlos sent them out. Looking at Kadena's back, Ron was a little depressed. Both Princess Angel and Karachi were princesses. Why was there such a big difference between the two? After sending the two off, Aurora and Ron turned and walked back to the hall on the second floor. Aurora said, Shea and Kadena are really good looking, especially Kadena. She's simply a stunner. Even though I'm a woman, I can't help but want to hug her and take a bite. Ron nodded and said honestly, Well, they are very good looking. Aurora smiled sweetly and said thoughtfully, Ron, what do you say? If you can get both of them, how about we marry you together? At this time, Ron had just picked up the cup from the table to drink water. Hearing this, he spat out the water. Cough, cough, cough. Ron coughed a few times to cover up his embarrassment. He was choked by Aurora's words. What? Why is there such a big reaction? Aurora patted his back and said reproachfully, You men just like to say one thing and mean another. If such a day really comes, I'm afraid you won't be able to sleep for several days and nights, right? When Ron heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What was this Aurora thinking all day long? He smiled and said, Don't think too much about it. Today, they just came to me for enchantment. This is what I've already agreed to. The two of them are so outstanding. How can I be worthy of them? Besides, they don't like me. When Aurora heard this, her face became serious. You mean that you're not worthy of them, but you're worthy of me? When Ron heard this, he felt bad. Why did he feel like he said the wrong thing? What she meant sounded like she couldn't get Shea and Kadena, so she had no choice but to look for Aurora. No wonder Aurora misunderstood. Ron hurriedly waved his hand and said, Oh, Aurora, I didn't mean it like that. Then what do you mean? Aurora stared at Ron and pressed on. Ron was so anxious that he couldn't speak because he didn't know what to say. He felt that no matter how he tried to explain, it would be wrong. Seeing Ron so anxious that he was scratching his head, Aurora giggled. She reached out and pointed at Ron's forehead. I'm just joking with you, dummy. So it was a joke. Ron heard this and breathed a sigh of relief. Speaking of which, Aurora leaned closer to Ron with her chin propped on her hand. A whiff of a young girl's fragrance directly hit his face. She asked with a smile, You really haven't thought about it? Machlin didn't have a good time these few days. Everywhere he went, he was looked down on. It was no wonder. Others participated in the ranking tournament for glory and victory, but he did it to kill people and to complete the Holy See's mission. This made people look down on him. Since he didn't achieve his goal in the end, there was no way to talk about breaking the rules. He had no intention of leaving the academy. so the academy could only let him stay. In addition, Ron's reputation in the academy was like the sun in the sky, so his days were even more difficult. Ron, just you wait. Macklin held his breath. He didn't reflect on himself, and instead hated Ron. At this time, he was staying in his own apartment. Although Dorm 787 had lost the title of first place in the academy, it was still the runner-up. It belonged to the academy's elite dorm, so naturally, it could continue to stay in the student apartment. At this time, the door to the apartment opened. It turned out that Shea had returned. Beside her was naturally Kadena, who was inseparable from her shadow. They walked in chatting and laughing. Shea. Macklin's eyes flashed with a trace of passion, and he took the initiative to go up and greet her. Shea nodded, which could be considered a greeting, but her expression was somewhat cold. Macklin's face flashed with anger. Ever since he returned, he felt that Shea wasn't as warm to him as before. After the ranking tournament finals, their relationship had dropped to the freezing point. Basically, Shea wouldn't pay much attention to him, which made him feel very depressed. Was this still the Shea who was so obedient to him in the past? Macklin was in a daze. He remembered how Shea used to think of ways to please him. She took the initiative to buy food for him in the academy cafeteria. She didn't hide her feelings for him at all, and even wrote pornographic novels. She publicly confessed. However, at that time, Macklin was madly infatuated with Kadena and didn't care about Shea's feelings for him. In his opinion, no matter how beautiful Shea was, she couldn't compare to Kadena. Not to mention Kadena's wealth and family background, which Shea could never compare to. In Macklin's opinion, only a girl like Kadena was worthy of him. Shea wasn't qualified. Macklin launched a crazy pursuit of Kadena, and Shea could only sigh silently at the side. It was only after he was rejected by Kadena many times that he came to his senses. However, it was already too late. Shea had already turned cold to him. Macklin didn't know that. He once thought that Shea liked Ron, but when he asked around, he found out that Ron already had a girlfriend. It was Aurora, who was in the same dormitory as him. Therefore, he felt that there was still a foundation of feelings between him and Shea. In the past, he didn't know how to cherish it, but now, as long as he stretched out his hand, Shea would still obediently return to him. Macklin decided to fight for it. As for Shea's crazy pursuer, Ifit, he chose to ignore him. Shea, how about we go out for a meal together? Macklin smiled and softened his tone as he spoke to Shea. It felt like he was whispering to a lover. Shea and Kadena looked at each other strangely, wondering why Macklin suddenly changed his personality. Shea wouldn't be surprised if this sentence was said to Kadena. Macklin had invited Kadena many times in the past, but unfortunately, he was rejected by Kadena. She didn't hear wrongly. Macklin stretched out his hand and invited her. Shea was a little confused. In the past, she had taken the initiative to invite Macklin many times, but she was rejected by him. Now, the situation was reversed. Could it be that he changed his personality? I'm sorry, I've already eaten. She didn't know why, but when she looked at Merklin's slightly hypocritical face, she still subconsciously refused. When she said that she refused, even she herself didn't dare to believe it. Macklin's eyes flashed with a trace of disappointment, but he still replied politely, since that's the case, let's do it next time. Okay. Shea nodded and pulled Kadena away. The two walked into the room and closed the door. Kadena then hugged Shea and said in surprise, Shea, Jejia, I didn't expect you to reject this guy. He's too handsome. Shea smiled faintly. I don't know why, but I subconsciously rejected him. Kadena said, It's good that you rejected him. I feel that this guy isn't a good person. I used to have a good impression of him, but when I saw him trying to kill Ron in the finals, I felt that he was a bad person. Kadena said indignantly. He actually dared to kill a classmate in the academy. He's too much. Besides, Ron didn't offend him. Maybe it was an order from the Holy See. Macklin himself didn't want to do it. Shea shook her head and defended Macklin. Kadena smiled mischievously. Seriously, Shea, Jejia, did you really fall in love with Ron? I didn't have a good impression of him at first, but now, it seems that he's not bad. Chapter 176. About 60 kilometers to the east of Balavax, there was a famous city. It was the capital of the Roland Empire, Milan. Milan was an ancient city with a long history. Even before the split with the Holy Roman Empire, it was still one of the largest cities. It had developed transportation and convenient water transportation. A large man-made canal surrounded the entire Milan city. From afar, Milan city looked like an isolated island. The residents of Milan more or less knew a little about the earth-shattering events that had happened in the history of the city. They bragged about them to tourists during their leisure time. Countless contacts stood on the bustling streets, waiting to be hired by merchants and mercenaries from afar. Milan City, the palace of the Roland Empire. After many renovations, the entire palace looked brand new. The tall domed buildings were full of luxury and nobility. In the Roland Empire, His Majesty Nikolai XXXII was currently in his study. He was lying on a luxurious bearskin chair with his eyes closed. From time to time, he would let out a muffled groan or two. His Majesty Nikolai's beautiful daughter, Princess Angel, was sitting behind him with a smile. Her pair of small pink fists kept patting Nikolai's back, massaging him after a tiring day. "Father, are you comfortable?" Angel asked with a smile as she gave him a few heavy massages. "Yes, my good daughter, you are so filial. I am very comfortable," Nikolai praised with a smile. It wasn't difficult for him to find a maid to massage him, but he couldn't disappoint his daughter's filial piety. Although his daughter's massage skills were obviously not as skilled as the big-breasted maid beside him, he couldn't let her down. Angel said happily, "Really? Father, I have been learning for a long time for this. My fingers are sore." Nikolai laughed and opened his eyes. "Pornographic novels. Why are you in the mood to accompany me today? You must have something for me to do, right?" A father knew his daughter best. How could Nikolai not know what Angel was thinking? If it wasn't for something, Angel wouldn't be so enthusiastic. "What? Imperial Father, you're thinking too much. You're usually so busy. Can't your daughter come and accompany you?" Angel said angrily. Nikolai smiled, expressing his disbelief. He usually doted on this daughter of his the most, much more than he doted on his son. It could be said that he had spoiled her rotten, which was why she had developed such a lawless character. This was because she resembled Empress Rulin the most. Angel rolled her eyes and giggled. "Actually, it's nothing much. It's just, can you arrange for Master Sovereign to protect me?" Angel had suffered a loss in the conflict with Ron and wanted to get back at him. Nikolai frowned slightly. "Master Sovereign? Go to the academy?" "Yes." "Why?" Nikolai was not stupid. This matter was neither big nor small. Of course, he had to get to the bottom of it. When Angel heard this, she immediately said angrily, "Father, you don't know, but I was bullied in the academy." "You were bullied?" Nikolai seemed to have heard the most inconceivable thing in the world. Angel had been unruly and crafty since she was young. She played tricks on people until they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Many nobles and ministers had run to him to complain after being harmed by her. Such a person was actually bullied? It was as if the sun had risen from the west. "That's right. Imperial Father, you have to help me vent my anger. That guy is too hateful." Angel shook Nikolai's arm. "Imperial Father, please help me. Have Master Sovereign teach him a lesson and let him know how powerful he is." Angel said fiercely. Who dares to bully my daughter?" Nikolai said as he pinched Angel's little nose. "It's a classmate. He's a very hateful guy. Sai, let's not talk about him." Angel shook Nikolai's arm again. "Imperial Father, please help me." "Okay." Angel used the clingy method. In her opinion, as long as she used this method, Nikolai would most likely surrender. This method had been tested time and time again. "Oh, okay." Nikolai could not stand her clingy and could only nod in agreement in the end. Angel was overjoyed. "Thank you, Imperial Father." Imperial Father treats Angel the best. I knew that Imperial Father would not watch Angel be bullied by her classmates. Nikolai smiled. This daughter of his was good in all aspects, but she was a bit too headstrong. She had never suffered a loss in disputes with her classmates. Whether it was in terms of intelligence, strength, or background, she had never lost to anyone. This time, she took the initiative to ask for help. It seemed that she had encountered trouble. No matter who it is, if they bully my daughter, they will have to pay the price. Don't these people know that Angel is my daughter? Nikolai thought. He was quite protective of his own people. However, when he thought of sending a master like Sofran to the Balarax Academy to protect his daughter, he was still a bit worried. The Balarax Academy was not an ordinary place. His mentor, Dean Platz, was there, and he was a fire mage saint. He thought for a bit and said, "However, Angel, I have no problem sending Master Sofran to the Academy to protect you, but you have to abide by 3 conditions." Angel smiled. "Imperial Father, what conditions do you have?" "Let alone 3. Even if it was 30, I would agree. First, Master Sofran will only go to the Balarax Academy to protect you. He won't help you bully others, so don't let him do such things. Second, you can't kill or seriously injure others. Don't overdo it. If you meet someone who bullies you, just teach them a lesson. Number 3, you have to inform Vice Dean Davs beforehand and obtain his approval before you can. Nikolai's 3 conditions were all targeted at Angel. He was afraid of making a big deal out of it, so he didn't overdo it. Angel pursed her lips in dissatisfaction. If she couldn't do this and couldn't do that, then what was the point? She wanted Master Sofran to teach her on a lesson. If she was restricted by so many rules, then she might as well not go. Although Angel ignored Nikolai's words, she still agreed to Nikolai's 3 conditions. As long as he agreed to let Master Sofran go to the academy to protect her, then she would be able to achieve her goal. Sofran was Angel's mentor and had always obeyed her. Even the poison she used on Karachi was from Sofran. Seeing that her father had agreed, Angel was secretly delighted. She didn't even put in as much effort in her massage. After a while, she found an excuse to leave. When she reached the corridor outside the palace, Angel let out a long sigh and finally smiled. "Damned Ron, stinky Ron, when the time comes, I'll show you how powerful this princess is." At night, Balarax regained its usual liveliness. The streets were bustling with activity, as usual. The 2 academies' battle on the streets was suppressed by the 2 powerhouses of the sacred domain. This conflict ended with the Balarax Academy's complete victory. Although Platz had lost some of the Soaring Dragon Academy's repair fees, he had won some face. The Golden Flying Dragon Knight, Monteagot, had a belly full of anger, but he had nowhere to vent it. He could only torment the group of Dragon Knights to vent his anger, tormenting them until they hovered between life and death. He even swore that he had to get back his face and wash away the Soaring Dragon Academy's humiliation. Late in the night, a man came out of the Barlowax Academy, crossed the street, and came to an alley, where he knocked softly at the door of a shabby house. "Is it Mocklin? Come in." A voice came from inside, indicating for him to come in. The person who walked out of the academy was Mocklin. He had received a summons from the Holy See and came to this ordinary house in Balarax. Mocklin took the initiative to open the door and walked in. In the dim light, he saw a familiar figure. Mocklin's heart trembled. He respectfully bowed and said, "Lord Diallo." Diallo was the proud student of the Holy See's Hall of Piety, Master Warden. He was also his right-hand man. Because Wharton received a secret summons from the Holy See, he put down his work and desperately returned to Mount Hyjal. At the same time, he was unwilling to accept the failure of his mission, so he sent Diallo to help him solve this problem. Diallo had brought quite a few people with him this time. There were dozens of them, and some of them were even masters. Their purpose was to eliminate Ron. In order to eliminate Ron, a heretic, even Wharton of the Sacred Domain, had been mobilized. Diallo didn't dare to let his guard down. Diallo had been in Balarax for a few days under the cover of the mercenaries. Unfortunately, he didn't know where to start. He had no choice but to ask Mocklin to come out and understand the situation. Diallo looked at Mocklin and said arrogantly, "Holy Son Mocklin, although you are a holy son, you still have to follow my orders. Do you have any questions?" "No, I will follow Lord Diallo's orders," Mocklin said straightforwardly. He knew that Diallo was Lord Wharton's right-hand man. Listening to him was equivalent to listening to Lord Wharton. In addition, He had just come to the Holy See, and his foundation was too shallow. He had no choice but to cooperate with Diallo. Very good. Diallo smiled. Commanding a holy son made him very confident. He said, before Lord Wharton left, he said that we must complete the mission and kill him. He is a heretic. We have no choice but to complete this mission. Makla nodded. Now, tell me about Ron's situation, including his strength and status in the Balarax Academy. This is very important. Diallo said. Maklan didn't dare to hide anything and forgot to tell him about Ron's situation. Diallo's expression turned ugly. You're saying that everyone knows that you are a holy son of the Holy See, and that he is the champion of the Balarax Academy? Makla nodded. Diallo was so angry that he jumped up and scolded. Are you an idiot? You knew that you were going to kill someone, and you still dared to reveal your identity? Do you know how many of our Holy See's people Ron killed? Do you know how many times he escaped from our hands? Now that they know you are a member of the Holy See, they're already suspicious. Why are you still trying to assassinate? Maklan was scolded badly by him and said aggrievedly, I didn't know. I originally wanted to negotiate with the Balarax Academy as a member of the Holy See. I thought that it would be easy to spend a lot of money to get Necromancer, but then my identity would be revealed. Chapter 177. Maklan said miserably, Then what should we do now? If it weren't for killing Ron, I wouldn't even want to stay in the Balarax Academy. At this time, an old man standing behind him suddenly said, Diallo, it's no use complaining anymore. Let's think of a way to solve this. Diallo suppressed his anger, glared at Maklan, and nodded. The old man thought for a moment and said, The Balarax Academy is not a good place. There are powerhouses from the sacred domain inside. It's impossible to break in by force. Even if we have the ability to kill Ron, how to escape is a problem. Diallo seemed to respect the old man very much. He thought for a moment and decided to listen to the old man's opinion. He asked, Mokias, do you have any ideas? The man named Mokias slowly walked out from the shadows. Maklan looked at him and saw that he had messy white hair that was casually draped behind his head. He had a hooked nose that looked extremely sinister, and a pair of slender triangular eyes that flashed with a faint light. This Mokias was Diallo's aide and was highly relied on by Diallo. Mokias sighed and said, With our strength, there aren't many ideas that we can think of. The only better option is assassination. Assassination? Diallo's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. Maklan nodded in agreement. Diallo excitedly paced back and forth in the room. Well, assassination is indeed a good idea. As long as we kill him, we'll complete our mission. But how do we do it? Mokias said, To successfully assassinate a person, we must strictly grasp the target's movements, then find a way to set up an ambush, and then kill him in one shot. Diallo nodded secretly. Mokias continued, I suggest that the matter of investigating Ron's movements be handed over to Maklan, the Holy Son. As for the specific action, we'll discuss it further. For several days, Angel didn't return to the new room 302. This made Ron and the others feel a little relieved. They all thought that Angel would be like before, disappearing for a long time and not even coming back to class. Without her, room 302 was very quiet and peaceful. Ron went to the necromancy major today to guide Vivian and her father. Although Ron claimed that Vivian was his mentor, in fact, it was he who taught Vivian necromancy magic. Vivian's progress was very fast. She was already a beginner necromancer. She could summon skeleton warriors to fight and use bone's thorns, bone arrows, and other low-level necromancy spells. After cultivating for an entire afternoon, Ron solved the problems they encountered with Horace's help, and the two of them bid farewell and left. Ron also left the necromancy major's classroom and slowly walked back to his apartment. After passing through a tree-lined path, he came to a secluded grove. At this time, he unexpectedly saw a person, Kadena. She was dressed in blue and had her hands behind her back as she quietly walked through the grove. A faint trace of sadness appeared on her peerlessly beautiful face, making one's heart ache. She walked aimlessly, as if she had a lot on her mind. She didn't see Ron. Kadena. Ron thought for a moment and still greeted her. After all, they knew each other, and it wouldn't be good to ignore her. Her beautiful blue hair moved, and Kadena quickly came back to her senses. Seeing Ron, a smile appeared on her face. "So it's you, Ron? Why are you here?" Ron smiled and pointed at the path they came from. "I just came back from the necromancy major." Kadena nodded. Why are you alone? Where's Shea? Didn't you come out with her?" Seeing Kadena, but not Shea, Ron felt strange and asked. Kadena smiled and revealed a playful expression. "I came out for a walk by myself. What's wrong? In your eyes, am I sister Shea's eyesore? I often see you two together. Isn't that about the same?" Ron smiled and asked with concern. "What? You seem to have something on your mind." Kadena bit her lips and nodded lightly, but she didn't tell Ron what it was. Ron also understood that he and Kadena weren't that familiar yet, so there was no need for her to tell him. "You're going over there too. Why don't we walk together?" Ron pointed at the tree-lined path. Kadena hesitated for a moment and then agreed for the first time. Her looks were peerless, and there were many people who wanted to hit on her. Under normal circumstances, with her personality, she wouldn't agree to walk together with a man, but for some reason, Kadena actually agreed today. Ron didn't think too much about it. It was a long walk from here back to the apartment, and he felt lonely walking alone. Plus, Kadena knew him, so he asked her to come along. The two of them chatted about some unimportant topics along the way. Soon, they were far away. Kadena didn't talk much, and Ron wasn't good at talking either. The two talked for a while, and then fell silent. They walked quietly, the autumn sunset elongating their shadows and sprinkling them on the golden avenue. Along the way, they met many students, and when these students saw Ron and Kadena walking side by side, their faces were filled with amazement. Some of them rubbed their eyes, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Kadena, who was as beautiful as a fairy, was actually walking together with a man. How was that possible? When they took a closer look, that man was actually Ron. Ron, the #1 student of the school, and his strength was strong. No wonder the beautiful princess fell in love at first sight. Many people looked at the two of them and whispered. Many of the male students' eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. They wanted to rush up and kick away the man beside her and replace him, but when they saw that the man was Ron, they immediately dispelled the idea. Even he-fools and Mocklin had defeated him. It wasn't a good idea to provoke such a person. Kadena's face reddened. Only now did she realize that it was inappropriate. Her beauty was the focus of attention wherever she went. No one said anything when she was with Shea, but when she was with a man, it would be strange if people didn't point at them. Kadena was now regretting her rash agreement to go with Ron. Just as she was thinking of an excuse to separate the two of them, a voice called out to her. "Kadena." Kadena raised her head and saw that the person who had come was a teacher called Sifri. He was a fire adept magus, which was different from Kadena's water element. However, every time he saw Kadena, he would ask about her well-being and pretend to take care of Kadena. Kadena knew that this teacher's reputation wasn't too good, and there were rumors about him with his own students. Although there was no direct evidence, Kadena was a smart person and naturally chose to keep her distance from him. "Teacher Sifri." Kadena bowed slightly and saluted. No matter how much she disliked him, she still had to be polite on the surface. Seeing Kadena, Sifri's eyes were filled with tenderness. "Hee, Kadena, where are you going?" "I'm going back to the apartment, teacher," Kadena replied calmly. Sifri smiled as kindly as he could. "Kadena, it's already afternoon. I don't think you've eaten yet. It's rare that I'm free today. How about I treat you to a meal? Let's go to Moulin Rouge. I heard that the environment and singing and dancing there are good." Sifri didn't want to miss this rare opportunity when Shea wasn't by his side. Kadena naturally knew what he was thinking. She scolded him for being shameless in her heart. Then she smiled sweetly and shook her head. "Teacher Sifri, thank you for the meal. I won't be going." "Enjoy your meal." Kadena didn't give him any leeway. She left immediately after she finished speaking. Sifri panicked. If Kadena left just like that, he wouldn't have any chance at all. After all, Kadena had always been single, and there were many teachers and students who had their eyes on her. He stopped her and said with a cheeky smile, "Kadena, it's rare that I'm free today. Why don't you do me the honor?" You see, we're both magicians. If there's anything you don't understand when practicing magic, as your teacher, I'll take the time to answer your questions. I'm not bragging, but my foundation magic theory is very solid in the entire academy. Sifri and Kadena, one was fire and the other was water. They were two completely different people. Sifri insisted on being together and even stopped her from leaving. Kadena's face showed a hint of anger. At this moment, Kadena's heart skipped a beat. She looked at Ron, who was beside her. She rolled her eyes and immediately thought of a way to escape. Kadena grabbed Ron's arm and said to Sifri with a smile, "Teacher, I'm sorry. My boyfriend asked me out today. I'm afraid I won't be free." Ron was originally a pornographic novel. He was standing beside Kadena. At this moment, his arm was grabbed by Kadena. He was stunned. When did he become her boyfriend? Kadena wanted to use him as a shield. Seeing this, she pinched Ron harshly. Only then did Ron come to his senses. Her slender fingers pinched harder and harder, but Kadena's face was still full of smiles. "All right, Teacher Sifri, another day." We still have things to do today," Ron said. Only then did Sifri see that the person standing beside Kadena was Ron. He had been looking at Kadena just now and had ignored him. Sifri's eyes looked like they were about to burst into flames. His jealous gaze swept over his face. He thought to himself, what did this guy do to deserve being Kadena's boyfriend? Ron also looked at him calmly. He was originally magnanimous in his heart. "No, he's Ron, the number one in the Academy ranking tournament. Ron." Sifri also recognized him. After all, there was only one necromancer in the entire Academy. It was hard not to remember him. So she's fallen for Ron. Damn it. When did Sifri, lose to a student? Sifri was jealous, but he couldn't show it on his face. He could only force a smile. If that's the case, how unfortunate. Kadena, it looks like you'll have to ask for guidance on magic another day. Teacher will definitely explain it to you in detail then. All right. Kadena was all smiles. It was impossible to tell if she was happy or angry. She held Ron's hand even tighter. Sifri had nothing to say. He could only walk away resentfully. Kadena held Ron's arm and quickly left. They only let go when they reached a secluded corner. "Thank you. If it wasn't for your help, I don't know how to get away." Kadena smiled and thanked Ron. It's fine, but..." Ron was a little worried. He looked at Kadena and stammered. "Just now, you held my arm like that. If Aurora finds out, she won't be angry, right?" Kadena was stunned. She stared at Ron with wide eyes. Ron pulled a long face. Oh no. If Aurora finds out, she'll definitely be angry." "Kadena, promise me you'll keep it secret." "Please." Kadena almost wanted to curse, but her aristocratic upbringing didn't allow her to do so. Chapter 178. Library 56. Suddenly, Ron felt a sense of danger. At the same time, Hummelin warned, "Ron, be careful. There seems to be an ambush here." Ron suddenly stood still and looked around vigilantly. At this time, his gaze fell on a small bush. He frowned and said in a clear voice, "Friend, if you have something to say, just come out and say it openly. There's no point in hiding the head and showing the tail." "Someone's here?" Kadena heard this and immediately became alert. Her slender hand gently pressed on the space bag at her waist. Her pair of beautiful eyes kept looking around. After a while, a voice came from behind the bush. A beautiful figure flashed out and said, "You're really amazing. You even found me." "Angel? It's you?" Ron was stunned for a moment and then frowned. It seemed that Angel had been waiting here for a long time. There was an 80% chance that something bad was going to happen. Kadena's face was also full of astonishment. She and Angel only knew each other and were not familiar with each other. "It's not her," Hommelin said in a deep voice. "There's another person here. Is he a master-level powerhouse?" "Master-level powerhouse?" Ron was shocked. He looked around, but he didn't find a single person. This guy used a special method to hide, but he can't hide from me. Hamelin said, Yo, Ron, you're actually with Princess Kadena. What are you doing? Angel asked with interest. Although she was not familiar with Kadena, she had heard of the #1 beauty in the academy. Seeing that it was Angel, Kadena also let down her guard. Her face was indifferent as she replied, What does this have to do with you? Besides, why are you hiding here? If that's the case, get out of my way. Angel smiled and turned to Ron. Her eyes were filled with hatred as she said, I'm here to cause trouble for Ron. You're not qualified to make trouble for me. Ron shook his head. Call out the master-level powerhouse who is lying in ambush. Don't hide anymore. As soon as he said this, the two girls were shocked. Kadena was shocked. How could there be a master-level expert hiding here? What shocked Angel the most was that he had actually discovered it. How is that possible? Logically speaking, Ron shouldn't have been able to discover it with his strength. What made her feel even more incredulous was that Ron had actually seen through Master Sovereign's strength. There was no response, only the rustling sound of the wind blowing through the forest. Ron's eyes focused, and he followed Hamelin's instructions and landed on a big tree. At this moment, an aged voice sounded. Necromancer Ron, you really have some ability. Looks like I've still underestimated you. While speaking, a figure slowly appeared from behind the tree. Master Sovereign, who was wearing a luxurious magic robe and had a gloomy expression, slowly walked out from behind the tree. His hawk-like eyes were fixed on Ron. Brat, tell me, how did you discover me? Sovereign naturally had reason to be depressed. Logically speaking, it was very difficult for someone weaker to discover a powerful person intentionally hiding. Sovereign was a master-level powerhouse, and in terms of strength, he far surpassed Ron. Ron wasn't even a master-level powerhouse, so how could he discover a master-level powerhouse like Sovereign? Ron naturally wouldn't tell him that Hamelin's grandfather had discovered him. Hamelin's strength was much greater than his, so discovering him naturally wasn't a problem. He smiled faintly and didn't reply. Seeing the enemy suddenly appear, Kadena took a step back in shock, her beautiful face turning pale. The other party was a master-level powerhouse, and his strength made her feel fear. Who are you? How did you appear in the Balarax Academy? Angel smiled proudly. Ron, let me introduce you. This is the Chief Palace Mage of the Roland Empire's royal family, Fire Grand Magus Sovereign. He's also my magic consultant. How is it? Are you scared? Ha ha! Angel laughed arrogantly, revealing a cruel smile. Ron, you humiliated me like this before. How should I take revenge on you? Should I tie you up, cover you in honey, and then put a nest of ants on you? Or should I dig a hole and bury you in the ground with only your head exposed for a few days and nights? That doesn't seem good. Your body is so weak, I'm afraid you'll die in an instant. Princess Angel pondered. Yes, I should hang you upside down on a tree and then whip you with salt water. Yes, that's it. Only then can I vent the hatred in my heart. Angel smiled and licked her lips, looking like she had Ron in her grasp. However, the arrival of a master-level powerhouse gave her a lot of confidence. A trace of panic appeared in Ron's eyes. When he faced Sovereign, he faced a huge pressure. The strength of a master-level powerhouse wasn't something he could match. He quietly asked Hamelin, Grandpa Hamelin, are you confident in defeating him? Hamelin smiled. If I use your body, it'll be a bit difficult to defeat him, but it's not impossible. However, he won't be able to defeat me either. The most likely outcome will be a draw. Only Hamelin had the confidence to say such words. After all, using Ron's body would also limit his strength. At most, he could only use the strength of a master-level powerhouse. If he used more, Ron's body wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, this was already very good. If an ordinary master-level powerhouse met a master-level powerhouse, they would have wet their pants. Safra took a step forward and stared intently at Ron. Kid, you still haven't answered me. How did you discover me? Ron was relieved when he heard Hamelin's words. He shrugged and said, What's so difficult about that? So what if I discovered you? Kid, you're courting death. Safran's gaze became cold as he stared firmly at Ron. Master Safran, Teach him a lesson for me. Angel looked like she wanted to see the world burn. At this moment, Safran made his move without warning. A blazing pillar of fire attacked Ron. Ron's heart trembled. The pillar of fire carried a high temperature that could instantly melt steel. It came straight at him from all directions, making it impossible for Ron to dodge. It was even more impossible for him to block it head-on. The small bone shield could not block the invincible pillar of fire in front of him. Grandpa Homelin! Ron only had time to call out before he was drowned by the pillar of fire. At the last moment, Ron felt a pain in his head and lost control of his body. Homelin let out a strange laugh and used a hazy spell to escape the attack of the pillar of fire. Safran was startled. He had originally planned to heavily injure Ron, but he didn't expect Ron to easily disperse it. Homelin's figure appeared on a rock not far away. He chuckled and said, "A fire grand magus, is it? Haha, I'll show you how powerful I am." While Safran was still in a daze, white bones suddenly rose into the air and trapped him. These bones had sharp spikes on them, and he would be injured if he took a single step forward. This restricted Safran's ability to fight. The purpose of the bone wall spell wasn't to kill, but to separate the opponent from the caster so that they could protect themselves and trap the opponent while simultaneously attacking. Safran sneered, "So you're a necromancer? Huh, how come your bones trap me?" Fireballs appeared in his hand as he spoke. Fireballs shot through his magic robe and blasted at the bone wall. Boom, boom, boom. A large cloud of smoke and dust rose from the place where the fireball had exploded. Even though the wall was as hard as a bone wall, several large holes had been blasted open. The bone wall that Ron had summoned was completely destroyed. Ron, who was under Homelin's control, smiled. Black soul force floated in his hand as he softly chanted. A bone wall rose up once more, and even the damaged bone wall was repaired. Damn it! Safran was both shocked and furious. He shot out fireballs again, this time with fireballs. The fireballs exploded on the bone wall, but unfortunately, it was still futile. This time, Safran was dumbfounded. Homelin chuckled. "Now it's my turn to attack." As he spoke, bone spurs, bone spears, bone arrows, and other low-level necromancy spells continuously greeted Safran, who was trapped by the bone wall. For a moment, Safran was flustered, unable to speak. Faint blue light appeared on his body as a magic barrier protected him. Although he had lost control of his body, Ron could still clearly see everything. He finally understood what Homelin meant when he said that he couldn't defeat him. Just a bone wall and a few low-level necromancy spells were enough to trap a master powerhouse. This was proof of Homelin's combat awareness and skill. This was his deep understanding of necromancy. Homelin could only achieve this with his understanding and precise control. Trapping a master powerhouse with only the strength of a master was something to be proud of. However, Angel didn't see this, and she couldn't understand it with her level. Seeing how intense the battle was, she thought that Master Safran had displayed his might and defeated Ron, a mere high-rank professional. Why? Why are you targeting Ron? Kadena stood in the middle of the battlefield and asked sternly. This battle had happened suddenly, and logically speaking, she shouldn't have gotten involved. However, she felt that Angel had gone too far. Angel sneered. "He's the one courting death. Who told him to offend me?" As she spoke, she glanced at Kadena and smiled. "You, on the other hand, are so close to him. You were whispering sweet nothings to each other just now. Don't tell me you've taken a liking to him?" When Kadena saw this, her face reddened to the tips of her ears. She immediately distanced herself from Ron. "He is him. I am me. I have nothing to do with him." Angel smiled. "I saw through it long ago. Otherwise, even if you're the princess of the kingdom of Doro, do you think I wouldn't dare to touch you?" Angel had a master powerhouse on her side, so she was full of confidence and didn't hold back with her words. She didn't know that the master powerhouse she had brought was being suppressed by Homelin to the point that he couldn't move. Kadena's expression was extremely unsightly. She bit her lips and didn't say anything in the end. Chapter 179. Room 56. Safran felt that the situation was getting worse and worse. He hadn't realized that the other party's strength wasn't something a high-ranked professional should have, but he knew that if this continued, he would be defeated. Homeland was like a pile of building blocks, summoning bone walls one after another. At the same time, he kept reinforcing them on the outside, trapping Safran inside. Homeland cast a torrent of low and mid-level spells, making it impossible for Safran to escape until he was completely surrounded. Homeland's necromancy magic wasn't a battle at all. On the contrary, it was a battle art. It was an eye-opener for Ron. Necromancers could actually fight like this. Damn it, this can't go on. I have to break free as soon as possible. Safran also realized that the situation was a bit off. The other party wasn't so easy to deal with. At the same time, being forced into this state by an ordinary student of the Balarax Academy made him lose face. His gaze focused, and the surrounding fire elements quickly gathered. Safran chanted an incantation, and in an instant, the wind and clouds surged between heaven and earth. Sensing the other party's increasingly powerful aura, Homeland's expression turned grave. He knew that this was the time for the other party to release a large-scale offensive spell. He took a deep breath and disappeared. Boom! A white light soared into the sky, bringing with it a wave of blazing fire. Wherever the wave of fire went, the bone walls melted and dissipated. Angel and Kadena hadn't expected Safran to do this. By the time they came back to their senses, it was already too late. The wave of fire rushed over, and the two of them screamed and dodged. Kadena summoned a ball of water and wrapped herself in it. The wave of fire roasted the ball of water until it was boiling hot, almost cooking her. Meanwhile, Angel used a fire shield to protect her as she flew. Just as they finished preparing, the wave of fire attacked. For a moment, the two beauties were in an extremely sorry state. Angel was furious. As soon as she escaped the sea of fire, she started cursing at Safran. Safran, you dare hurt this princess. Safran was sullen. Ron had already forced him to this point, and he still had the time to remind Angel. It was already good enough that he could escape. He could only say helplessly, I'm sorry, Your Highness Princess Angel. I'll be more careful next time. Angel's anger subsided a little, but she still said rudely, Master Safran, didn't I ask you to defeat Ron as soon as possible? Look at you, you still can't do it after so long. Safran looked at Ron in the distance. How could this guy be so easy to deal with? If he wasn't careful, he might even lose. Kadena was relieved to see that Ron was fine. She was hesitating whether she should help Ron, but the other party's master-level strength made her afraid. Brat, you took advantage of me just now, but it won't be so easy now. Surrender obediently. Safran replied coldly as he looked at the calm figure in the distance. He was a grand magus, yet he couldn't deal with a necromancer. This kind of thing made him feel ashamed. Ron clenched the bone staff in his hand and said coldly, Very good. Let's go again. At this time, a cold voice sounded. What are you doing here? Who dares to meddle in this princess business? Angel said without thinking. She put her hands on her hips and looked arrogant. Vice Principal Darbus. Kadena's eyes lit up as she called out. The person who had come was none other than Darbus. He was looking at Angel with anger. Vice Principal Darbus? Angel was also apprehensive when she saw Darbus. She forced herself to ask, What are you doing here? What am I doing? Darbus sneered. He then looked at Safran with his hands behind his back. This must be Grand Magus Safran of the Roland Empire. I wonder why Grand Magus Safran has come to our Balarax Academy? Before Safran could answer, Angel said, Vice Principal Darbus, I called Grand Magus Safran to deal with Ron. Vice Principal Darbus, is there a problem? What problem? Darbus sneered. Since when did the Imperial family need to intervene in the fights between students? If you participated in the ranking tournament, you would get first place. Angel muttered in her heart. Do you think I want Grand Magus Safran to intervene? Isn't it because I can't beat Ron? If I could beat him, I wouldn't need him. She rolled her eyes and giggled. Vice Principal Darbus, you misunderstood. Grand Magus Safran came to protect my safety, It's not what you think. Protect your safety? Darbus opened his eyes wide and shook his head. Princess Angel, you are gravely mistaken. You entered our academy, so we will naturally protect your safety. Why would we need someone else to do it for us? Darbus was talking about protecting Princess Angel's safety. As for whether she was bullied or not, it wasn't within Darbus's jurisdiction. He then looked at Grand Magus Sovereign and said coldly, Grand Magus Sovereign, Principal Platz has spoken. He wants you to leave the Balarax Academy immediately. Why? Sovereign asked angrily. He had been teased by Ron, who was possessed by Homelin. He couldn't even take down a senior class holder. He had lost a lot of face, so he couldn't help but be angry. He was about to launch a massive counterattack to wash away his previous grievances, but he didn't expect to be chased away. This feeling was like a brothel patron who had been playing around for a long time and was just about to get on the horse when someone told him to stop. Homelin chuckled and said to Ron, This guy is here, so you are safe. Hee, I'm going back to the Soul Ring to rest. As he spoke, he returned to the Soul Ring with a whoosh. Ron only felt his body move, and control returned to his hands. No reason. Darbus calmly said, Because this is within the Balarax Academy and not under the jurisdiction of the Roland Empire. Also, this is Principal Platz's pornographic novel. His orders. He then turned to Angel and said, Princess Angel, perhaps Master Sovereign's arrival was ordered by the Roland Empire's royal family, but that doesn't mean he can do whatever he wants in the Academy. If you don't want the relationship between the Academy and the royal family to deteriorate, I hope someone can make Master Sovereign leave the Academy. Remember, this is Principal Platz's order. Angel was scared when she heard this. Although Darbus's words weren't threatening, Principal Platz's order made her feel a great deal of pressure. If there was anyone who could stand above the state apparatus, it was undoubtedly the experts of the sacred domain. Angel knew that no matter how this matter developed, the Roland Empire's royal family wouldn't allow her to go against the experts of the sacred domain. In Nikolai the 32 ND's heart, the experts of the sacred domain were much more important than his daughter. The latter was related to his family, but the former was related to his empire. Damn it! Seeing Ron standing in the distance with a calm expression, Angel's eyes were filled with unwillingness. However, she didn't dare to say a word. Otherwise, Master Sovereign would be in trouble. She took a deep breath and forced a smile. Master Sovereign, I'll take care of this. You can go back first. Since Platz had spoken, Sovereign knew that he wouldn't have a good ending if he stayed. He could only bow deeply and say, In that case, Your Highness, Princess Angel, Sovereign will take his leave. With that, his figure moved. A mage instantly cast a teleportation spell, and he left. Ron heaved a sigh of relief. The reason why the experts of the Sacred Domain were experts of the Sacred Domain was that even the Roland Empire's royal family had to obey his orders. Only Ron, Kadena, Darbus, and the unconvinced Angel were left. She was very unhappy that Darbus had driven away her bodyguard and hatchet man, Master Sovereign. Darbus smiled. All right, the matter has been resolved. I should go back. Ron was grateful and bowed deeply. I've caused trouble for Dean Platz again. It's fine, Darbus said with a smile. He quite admired Ron. An advanced necromancer was actually able to fight to a draw with a fire Grand Magus. What kind of level was this? Ron's strength shocked Darbus and made his necromancy magic even more mysterious. If the situation allowed, he also wanted to learn necromancy magic. Of course, he didn't know about Homelin. Only Platz knew about this. Darbus smiled at Angel and said, Your Highness Princess Angel, if you have a dispute with Ron, you can find your teacher to help you resolve it, or you can find me personally. There's no need to involve the power of the royal family. Otherwise, things will become complicated. Angel snorted and rolled her eyes at him. If she could get rid of Ron, would she still need Master Sovereign's help? Seeing Angel like this, Darbus naturally knew that her missy temper was acting up again. Darbus smiled. All right, since there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. There's no knot in the world that can't be untied. Have a good chat. After saying that, his figure moved, and he disappeared from where he stood. Kadena walked in front of Ron and said in a low voice, "I'm sorry, just now. I didn't help much." Ron waved his hand. "It's fine. This is between me and her. You don't have to get involved." Looking at the unconvinced Angel, Ron said indifferently, "Princess Angel, perhaps there are many misunderstandings between us, but I hope these misunderstandings won't continue." Angel sneered. "Do you think this matter is over?" Ron frowned. "What else do you want?" Angel shouted, "I won't let you go. I definitely won't. Ever since she was a child, other people have always been obedient to Angel. She had never suffered such a loss. She bullied others in the school, but others were afraid of her background and didn't dare to challenge her. This was not because they were afraid of her, but because they were afraid of the royal family of the Luo Lan Empire behind her. However, Ron was different. He was born poor and never put the nobles in his eyes. Of course, he wouldn't be happy when Angel bullied others. Ron felt a headache coming. What kind of people were they? Even at this time, they still wouldn't let him go. In the end, it was because of a small matter. Did they have to go so far? Chapter 180. Library 56. So Ron is here. Strange. Why is Kadena and Angel with him? In a corner of the academy, a figure's eyes were filled with jealousy. He glared fiercely at Ron and quickly left, walking to a remote cave on a small mountain within the academy. This place was extremely secluded and would not be easily discovered. More than 10 people were waiting in the narrow cave. They immediately stood up when they saw Mocklin. "Lord Diallo." That black figure was Mocklin, and he respectfully said, "I just found Ron." "Ron." Diallo's eyes lit up. "Where?" Mocklin pointed not far behind him. "Over there." Pornographic novels. A smile appeared on Diallo's face. "Great, this is a remote place. It's perfect for us to make our move." He then turned around and asked, "There aren't any powerhouses from the Balarax Academy nearby, right?" Mokiath shook his head. "I just took a look. It's after class, and the Academy's teachers aren't here." Mokiath did not know that Safran and Dabs had just left. Otherwise, he would not have said so. Ron was in the Balarax Academy, and the Holy See could not do anything to Ron. They also did not dare to send out powerhouses from the Sacred Domain to fight with Prats, so they could only resort to assassination. For powerhouses like Diallo, sneaking into the Balarax Academy was not too difficult. Diallo was overjoyed. "Great! This way we can kill Ron and complete the most Guangming mission of the Holy See." "Mokiath, can we make our move now?" Mokiath nodded. "Yes, but we have to make our move as soon as possible. We can't waste a moment." He then took out a map from his portal bag and pointed at it. "This is the map of the Balarax Academy. This is where we are now." Mokiath pointed at a point on the map. He continued, "We have a total of 1 master-level expert, 3 master-level experts, and 8 high-level professionals. To kill Ron, this kind of strength is making a mountain out of a molehill. Therefore, killing Ron is definitely not a problem. The biggest problem is the Sanctuary-level expert, Fire Mage St. Platts." Mokiath automatically ignored Mocklin, who was the weakest. Mocklin was so angry that his face turned red, but he could not do anything. Everyone here was much stronger than him. He glanced at Diallo and saw that Diallo had a very serious expression on his face. It was obvious that the name Platts put a lot of pressure on him. Diallo let out a sigh. "Go on." Mokiath nodded. "Ron is not weak. Our battle will definitely attract the attention of others. The other mentors are not a problem, but the key is Prats. After killing Ron, how can we escape unscathed? That is the problem." Mokiath's finger pointed at the map again. "This is where Fire Wizard St. Prats lives. It is very close to us, and he only took a short time to get here. With the speed of a Sacred Domain powerhouse, it will only take a minute for him to get here. Therefore, we must kill Ron within a minute. Otherwise, not only will our assassination fail, but we may all be buried here." "That's right," Diallo said in a deep voice. "We must act as soon as possible. Otherwise, we won't have another chance." On Ron's side, he and Angel were not on good terms. As the princess of the Roland royal family, being arrogant in her own country had become a habit. She had sent the court's magician Safran to deal with Ron. After being chased away by Prats, not only did she not reflect on her actions, she even spoke ill of him. Kadena wanted to mediate, but in the end, even Kadena could not stand it anymore. She pulled Ron and said, "Let's not talk to this unruly girl anymore. Let's go." Ron nodded and glared at Angel. Angel sneered, "Ron, just you wait. This is not over yet." Ron ignored her and was about to leave. Suddenly, an extremely dangerous aura appeared. This aura made Ron's hair stand on end. Danger! Ron did not have time to think. He quickly summoned the undead magic's bone shield. A bone shield immediately appeared beside Ron, and undead energy continued to condense. Before he could say anything, a beam of light suddenly appeared and blasted towards Ron. Boom! The beam of light was extremely powerful. It instantly shattered the bone shield that Ron hastily summoned, turning it into countless fragments that scattered into the air. Ron, on the other hand, spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was sent flying into the air as he threw himself into Katena's arms. The force of the attack was so great that both of them were sent flying. They rolled a few times before landing on the ground. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone, including Princess Angel, who was still arrogant just a second ago. "Ha ha! Ron, we meet again." Diallo flashed out from the shadows and stared at Ron with hawk-like eyes as if he was looking at prey. Behind him, a group of people ran out noisily. None of these people were weak. Ron struggled to get up and looked at Diallo. Holy see! Diallo's face was very familiar. Ron remembered seeing him in the Kingdom of Babrin. At that time, Ron was almost in a desperate situation. Under the hands of the Sacred Domain Expert Warden, he could not even escape. If it were not for Shea's grandfather, the Aqua Blue Sword Saint, Corbett, teaching him a lesson, Ron would not be standing here now. "Not bad, Ron. It's good that you still remember me." Diallo smiled. Ron's eyes were filled with hatred. "You still made a move." "Of course," Diallo said. "It's your fault for training in necromancy out of all things. It's fine if you're a necromancer, but you're actually an ancient necromancer. Your actions have crossed our bottom line, so..." Diallo's eyes became cold. "We must kill you on the spot." Katena also understood what was going on. It seemed like the Holy Church was extremely wary of the ancient necromancers, which was why they wanted to get rid of them as soon as possible. Ron was indeed different from ordinary necromancers. Angel was already scared out of her wits. She had grown up in the palace since she was young, so she had never experienced such a situation. She forced herself to calm down and smiled. "Hee hee. Lord Rankers, you are here to cause trouble for Ron, right? I don't know him, and I have nothing to do with him. I'll be leaving first." She wanted to slip away as soon as she finished speaking. At this moment, the old man behind Diallo snorted coldly and waved the scepter in his hand. A ball of light attacked Angel's back. Angel was so shocked that her face turned pale. Being hit by this ball of light was no laughing matter. Even if she didn't die, she would be seriously injured. "Oh no, Angel, dodge!" Ron exclaimed. However, Angel seemed to be dumbfounded, so frightened that she didn't move an inch. The strength of a master was undeniable, and Diallo was a great sword master, a master. Angel, a flower in a greenhouse, had long lost the courage to fight against him. She stood there in a daze, watching the ball of light rapidly approach. "Idiot," Ron scolded in his heart. "If you don't resist, do you think he'll show you mercy? What a joke." Bone prison. Seeing that the young girl was about to die in front of him, Ron didn't have time to think. The power of the undead surged, and a white bone prison instantly appeared in front of Angel. Boom! Ron copied Homelin's bone wall and used the bone prison to block the old man's attack. Unfortunately, the defense of the bone prison couldn't compare to the bone wall. When the ball of light arrived, the bone prison shattered into pieces. Angel was also affected. Her body flipped over and fell to the ground. Angel was stunned. She didn't think that Ron would actually save her. "Don't even think about leaving." The old man snorted coldly. "What are you still standing there for? Come here quickly." Ron shouted loudly. Angel glanced at Ron with a trace of gratitude in her eyes. She didn't dare delay and immediately ran to Ron's side, hiding behind him. Her beautiful eyes were full of fear. You actually dare to kill people in the Balarax Academy? If Headmaster Platz finds out, he won't let you off. Kadena finally plucked up her courage and said. The only thing she could do now was to bring up Headmaster Platz. Ha! Diallo and the others laughed wildly. Diallo said, by the time your Headmaster Platz arrives, I'm afraid you'll already be a pile of bones. This little beauty, is afraid. One of them saw Kadena's appearance and immediately swallowed his saliva. Lord Diallo, reward these two beauties to us after the mission is completed. One of them had a lustful look in his eyes. Kadena felt wronged and tears welled up in her eyes. Her pitiful appearance was especially moving. Even Diallo couldn't help but feel his heart thump. Ron took a deep breath and said in a low voice, this is between me and the Holy See. It has nothing to do with them. Let them go. They aren't necromancers. Diallo's heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to agree to it, he was interrupted by Mokias. That's impossible. None of you can leave. Mokias seemed to know Diallo's plan. Lord Diallo, if they leave, they'll expose our whereabouts. When the Balrafax Academy's experts catch up, none of us will be able to escape. Ron, Kadena, and Angel's expressions all changed. What a beautiful woman. What a pity, Diallo sighed, but at this moment, he hardened his heart. Angel shouted, I'm the Honorable Princess Angel of the Roland Empire. Do you dare to kill me? Diallo was startled. Princess Angel of the Roland Empire? Mokias said in a low voice, Lord Diallo, this woman can't be left alive. Angel wanted to use her identity as the princess of the Roland Empire as a protective talisman, but she didn't expect this identity to be a death sentence. Her expression changed greatly, and she screamed, Do you dare? Do you want to start a war between the two empires? My father will definitely lead the army to the Holy Roman Empire. Diallo's expression became ferocious. If we kill you, no one will know that we did it. Chapter 181. What? Kadena and Angel were shocked. This corpse can move. This corpse was Arian, who had been refined into a zombie. Ron had always put it in the corner and did not even think of using it in many battles. It was not for any other reason, but the method of refining other people's corpses into battle tools was too evil. Ron was worried that others would not accept it, so he did not dare to use it. But now he could not care so much. Ron took a deep breath and said, This is a zombie that I refined with a secret method. Not only can it move, but it can also heal us. As he spoke, the zombie Aryan raised the scepter in his hand, and holy white light shone down on the three of them. The healing spell with traces of Guangming's power surrounded the three of them. After a while, the three of them felt their bodies move, and their injuries quickly healed. Ron was fine, but the two girls were stunned. Is this also necromancy? It's amazing, Kadena exclaimed. On the other hand, the Holy See began to stir. Diallo asked, Why is there an extra priest? Mokias rubbed his eyes. It seems to be taken out from the portal bag. No way. How can a portal bag keep a living person? Diallo's face was full of disbelief. Yes, it's not a living person, it's a corpse, Mokias said in a low voice. Diallo still could not believe it. No way. A corpse can move? At this time, the Holy See looked at the face of the corpse, and some of them exclaimed, Arian, isn't this the Arian priest of the Golden Flash Town Cathedral? How can he be here? Yes, he's the Arian priest. Damn, isn't the Arian priest rumored to be dead? How can he become a corpse and still move? Arian? Mokias frowned and looked at the Arian not far away with a thoughtful expression. Arian, Golden Flash Town Cathedral, Maple Leaf Town. Suddenly, Mokias' mind flashed, and he shouted, I know, the Arian priest died in Asinaris, and his body was hidden by Ron. Then, he used an evil secret method to resurrect him. That's it must be. When Diallo heard this, his face contorted with rage. You resurrected the corpse? Necromancy is really heresy. The warriors of the Holy See immediately shouted, "Evil heresy! Unforgivable!" Diallo said righteously, "Let us carry out God's will and give the evil heresy, the necromancer, Ron a death sentence." The Holy See soldiers brought by Diallo sang loudly, "Justice, goodness, holiness, faithfulness, love, the arrival of the holy angels, bringing the will of God, sprinkling the world with Guangming, according to God's will, let the good people have eternal life in oblivion." Holy power slowly rose and gathered on Diallo's body, and his body emitted a holy light. Diallo's face became gloomy, and he waved his hand at Ron, who was as weak as an ant. Judgment of justice. Boom! Under the pressure of the powerful flame, a large pit appeared on the ground. Ron, Kadena, and Angel felt their bodies become light, and they were flipped into the air. Their weak defense was shattered, and the three of them couldn't get up for a long time. Among the three of them, Ron was the most seriously injured because he stood in front of the two girls at the last moment. At this time, he was on the verge of death, and he could only breathe out, not breathe in. Zombie Aryan was also hit by this powerful blow, and his body was full of wounds. Even his intestines flowed out, and he had lost the ability to move. At this moment, his body couldn't move at all. Ron raised his head with difficulty. Master-level powerhouse, too scary. Only then did Ron know how difficult it was to defeat a master-level powerhouse. In the absence of sacred domain powerhouses, master-level powerhouses could be said to be invincible. This showed that Homelin was not easy. Unfortunately, Homelin was now in a deep sleep and would not wake up for a while. Balavac pornographic novel in The Office of Dean Zinglatz. He stood in front of the window with a serious expression, looking into the distance. His brows were tightly knitted, and the wrinkles on his face seemed even deeper. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Platz turned his head slightly and said, "Come in." The person who came in was Darbus. As soon as he walked in, he said to Platz, "Dean, I've already told Master Sovereign as you instructed. He has already left the Balavac Academy." "Oh." Platz's face flashed with a trace of astonishment. "You said he has already left?" Darbus nodded. "Yes, that Roland Empire royal magician called Sovereign has already left. I saw him leave." "Then what's the matter with the battle in the distance?" Platz also knew that the situation might have changed. He frowned and asked, "Battle? It couldn't be. Could it be that he had returned? If that's the case, Ron is in danger." Darbus said in surprise. "Ron?" A trace of fierceness flashed across Platz's face. He was so angry that he laughed. "What a good Roland Empire royal magician. You actually have the guts to ignore my words?" "Very good, very good." Platz coldly said, "Very good," 3 times. The anger on his face could no longer be contained. Sovereign's little trick of coming back had angered Platz. His face was filled with deep killing intent. "Since that's the case, I'd like to see how the Roland Empire will give me an explanation." With a thought, Platz's body slowly rose and disappeared with a whoosh. At this moment, a series of footsteps sounded. Ron opened his eyes slightly and saw Diallo standing in front of him. Ron looked up. Diallo's eyes were emotionless. He coldly said, "Evil cannot be allowed to exist in this world. The Holy See has the duty to eliminate all evil." "Ron, you brought this upon yourself. Let me ask you one last time. Do you regret learning necromancy?" "Regret learning necromancy?" Ron said with difficulty. Black blood was already spurting out of the corner of his mouth. He sneered and said, If I didn't learn necromancy, how could I avenge Grandpa Jari? Since you asked me if I regret it, I can clearly tell you I don't regret it." Ron roared with all his strength. At this moment, Diallo expressionlessly stepped forward and stomped down heavily. With a crack, Ron's left leg was broken. Ugh! A sharp pain came. Ron almost fainted. The pain from the broken leg made him groan softly. "No!" Kadena screamed. She desperately crawled forward, but was pulled back by Angel. Don't go." At this moment, the two girls looked very miserable. Their faces were covered in black ash, and their bodies were covered in bruises. Their expensive magic robes were also torn, revealing large patches of snow-white skin. Diallo continued to ask expressionlessly, "Ron, you heretic. Let me ask you one more time. Do you regret it?" "No." Crack. Ron's right leg was broken again. Diallo even used his foot to grind it twice, causing Ron to be in so much pain that he wished he was dead. "Ha! Ha!" Ron laughed bitterly. He weakly raised his eyelids, and a trace of mockery appeared in his eyes. "The Holy See, is this all you have left? Ron, don't say that you regret it. I beg you, don't torture him anymore." Kadena had already broken down and was crying loudly. Diallo's face was filled with a cruel smile. "You may not be heretics, but looking at how you're begging for mercy for this heretic, you've already been contaminated by him. Don't worry, it'll be your turn soon. Seeing that you two are beautiful, I can promise to leave you with an intact corpse." Diallo turned his head and placed his left foot on Ron's left arm. He said coldly, "Damned heretic, I'll ask you one last time. Do you regret practicing necromancy magic?" "No, I don't regret it. I definitely don't regret it." Ron cried out 3 times in a row. Crack, crack, crack. The sound was endless. Under Diallo's foot, all the bones in Ron's body had been broken. At this moment, he no longer felt pain, only pleasure. "Ha! I don't regret it. Holy See, what else can you do? Kill me if you have the guts. Otherwise, I'll pay you back 100 times, 1,000 times in the future." Ron's current appearance was almost inhuman, but he was still shouting crazily. Angel looked at all this in a daze. Tears kept welling up in her eyes. Why? Why did you do this?" Angel didn't understand. Of course, she would never understand. Stubborn and unrepentant, Diallo couldn't stand Ron's teasing and finally became angry. "I want to send you to heaven, but now you can go to hell." With that, he heavily punched Ron's chest. Ron suddenly opened his eyes wide, revealing an unwilling expression. His body twisted a few times and finally stopped moving. Mokias quickly walked over, checked, and nodded. "Looks like he's dead." Kadena and Angel were already sobbing uncontrollably. "It's over." Diallo breathed a sigh of relief and soothed his depressed mood. He smiled and said, "We've finally killed the necromancer Ron, the heretic. Then we can report back to the Holy See." With that, he glanced at his subordinates. "Mokias, you've contributed the most this time. Do well. I won't treat you unfairly. When we return to the Holy See, I'll tell Master Wharton and personally ask for your reward. You've contributed at least half of this operation." Mokias didn't respond. Logically speaking, he should immediately kneel down and thank him. Diallo would generously wave his hand to let him get up and say a few words of comfort. Only then would the show be complete. However, Mokias didn't seem to be acting according to his script, which made him a little unhappy. "Mokias, what are you doing? Why aren't you saying anything?" Diallo turned his head in dissatisfaction, only to see Mokias standing there in a daze with his mouth wide open. He couldn't say a word. Not only him, but even the Holy See soldiers behind him were the same, staring blankly at the sky. Subconsciously, Diallo also raised his head to look at the sky. At this moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. At some point, a figure had appeared in the sky. He was floating in the air, his face full of anger. He was the dean of the Balarax Academy, a saint and a fire wizard saint, Platts. Library 56 of the Handmade Update Station. Chapter 182. Angel wanted to say something, but Ron shouted coldly, "No need to compromise. They won't let us leave alive. Let's fight." Ron urged the soul energy in his body and chanted a spell. In an instant, skeletal warriors, and skeletal magicians crawled out from the ground. Search for the latest updates. Sha sha sha. Not long after, a group of white skeletons appeared in front of Diallo and the others, separating him from Ron. These skeletons raised their heads in unison, their dark eyes burning with a faint green light. "Be careful, these skeletons aren't easy to deal with," Diallo shouted. "Kill! Kill! Ron's eyes were bloodshot as he ordered the skeletons to charge at the Holy See. Skeletal acceleration. Ron wasted no time in casting skeletal acceleration on the skeletons. The skeletons' speed increased, and their attacks became even more ferocious. The skeletal magicians slowly condensed magic balls in their hands, and with a wave of their bone staffs, their black robes flashed, and all kinds of magic blasted at the opponents. Divine protection, divine light, divine light. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle. For a moment, a large number of skeletons charged, and magic flew everywhere. The situation was very lively. Kadina's face was full of piety and holiness. She put her palms together, and a faint blue light flowed on her body. An icicle blasted towards the opponent with a strong whistling sound. Boom! The icicle hit the opponent's shield, and the icicle scattered, creating a dense fog around. The Holy Knight shook off the broken ice on his body and smiled coldly as if nothing had happened. What a strong defense! Kadina was shocked, and the hand holding the magic staff couldn't help but tremble. He's a radiant Holy Knight, a master-rank powerhouse. The fierce battle even cracked the ground, and magic bombarded the ground, creating loud noises. Angel stood behind Ron and didn't make a move. Her face was as white as a sheet, and her lips were trembling. Her eyes were filled with fear, as if she was scared out of her wits. Kadina couldn't help but say, "Angel, what are you thinking? What are you waiting for? This is not a game. They will really kill us." "Impossible. They can't win," Angel murmured. "They have a master-level expert among them. How can they win? You can't win." Angel began to speak incoherently. She was scared out of her wits. In her young mind, a master was an insurmountable existence. With her strength, it was impossible for her to win. Angel had already lost her confidence before the fight even started. Ron roared, "If you don't fight, you'll never win. Fight, Angel. Show your courage. You're not a coward. You're the princess of the Roland Empire." Princess of the Roland Empire. Ron's words were like a bolt of lightning. Angel's heart brightened. "That's right. I'm the princess of the Roland Empire. The noble blood of my ancestors flows in my body. I'm not a coward who doesn't even dare to make a move. I'm a noble royal, princess angel of the Roland Empire. Fire hidden deep in hell. Accept my call. Burn the enemies in front of me. Let my enemies tremble in front of the fire. Let them turn into dust in anger, unwillingness, wailing, and struggle." Angel took out her magic staff and put her hands together, forming the shape of the word fire. Her eyes were closed, and when she suddenly opened them, light burst out from her eyes. Blazing path. In an instant, a raging fire rose from the ground where the Holy See was. "Oh my God, it's so hot. Hot! Get out of the way. It's burning me." Once Princess Angel made a move, it brought a lot of trouble to Diallo and the others. The fire suddenly rose from the ground, burning them. "Well done," Ron praised inwardly. With a wave of his hand, a wave of skeletons scrambled to climb out from the ground. The number of skeletons suddenly doubled. Angel snorted coldly, ignoring Ron's kindness. Her face was cold, and she was burning with passion. She had a cold expression on her face. The flames on the path burned more and more fiercely, and the fireballs in her hands were constantly bombarding the opponent. "Wah! Quick, kill that fire magician. It's burning me." The warriors of the Holy See desperately rushed towards Angel, causing her to turn pale with fright. "Don't panic," Ron said calmly. He separated a wave of skeleton warriors to block in front of Angel, allowing her to continue attacking. Seeing this, the two girls were relieved. No wonder he was able to become the Academy's champion. This guy was simply a mage's lucky star. With the sea of skeletons he summoned standing there, no one would be able to rush over. Mages could stand still and release magic without worry. However, the battle strength of the Holy See was still quite strong. In a short while, the skeletons summoned by Ron were either dead or crippled. Many of them turned into black smoke and disappeared. The Holy See also discovered that the power of the divine was a counter to necromancy magic. Their attacks also contained the power of the divine, and many skeletons fell down in droves. Ron also felt that something was wrong. At this moment, he used his trump card, the most powerful and mysterious spiritual attack in necromancy magic, Curse. Weaken. Ron silently chanted an incantation, casting a curse on those people. What? My strength seems to have decreased. It can't be. Why all of a sudden? The team of the Holy Sea was in chaos. Although their strength did not decrease by much, the psychological fear brought by the curse was far greater than ordinary attacks. This guy is using witchcraft. He really is a heretic. Kill. The Holy Sea was filled with righteous indignation. The combat aura on their bodies shone brightly, and the skeletons around them fell one by one. The situation began to reverse. Master Diallo, it's time for you to make a move. Otherwise, we will be the ones to suffer if this drags on. Mokiath said to Diallo. Yes, we have to end this quickly. Diallo's body slowly rose. His body suddenly emitted a large amount of flames. The flames gradually condensed and formed the shape of a wing. What? Looking at Diallo in the sky, Ron, Cardina, and Angel's hearts sank to the bottom. Not only did the other side have a masterclass expert, but he was also a masterclass expert. When a masterclass expert appeared, Cardina and Angel's hearts were filled with despair. Diallo, a fire great swordsman, a master, was 2 whole levels above them. To them, a master was simply an invincible existence. We're finished. He's actually a master? Angel's teeth were chattering as fear once again crept onto her beautiful face. Ron, what we do now? Due to the opponent's powerful aura, Cardina's delicate body could not help but tremble. She glanced at Ron and said, Ron, weren't you able to tie with that grand magus just now? Why has your strength decreased so much? Yes, bring out the energy you had when you fought with Master Sovereign. You can definitely defeat him. Angel's eyes lit up with hope again. It wasn't me just now, Ron thought to himself with a wry smile. However, he did not say it out loud. This secret could not be told to others. Left with no choice, Ron could only ask Grandpa Homelin for help. Only with Grandpa Homelin controlling his body could he fight with the opponent. Grandpa Homelin, Grandpa Homelin. Ron called out in his heart a few times, but there was no response. Grandpa Homelin should have come out to respond, but now, no way. Could it be that Grandpa Homelin is asleep? Ron was shocked. His spiritual awareness entered the dead spirit city in his soul ring. At this moment, his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Homelin was lying in a crystal coffin in the dead spirit castle. What? Ron knew it was bad. Grandpa Homelin was in a deep sleep and could not be woken up. At this moment, Ron's heart was filled with despair. He stood there in a daze. His mind was blank. He looked at the 2 girls with an expression that was worse than crying. This time, it seems like we're really done for. At this moment, Diallo moved. He raised a long sword in his hand and pounced down with a strong aura. A huge sword aura came with a high temperature. Ron felt that the air around him was boiling. Oh no, Dodge. Ron summoned a bone shield. Cardina and Angel also released a magic shield. At this moment, the fiery sword aura slashed down. Boom! There was a huge explosion. Waves of heat rolled up and rushed into the air. Hot gases were like sparks, spurting out in all directions. The 3 of them spat out a mouthful of blood. They were all injured. The huge pressure almost crushed their bones. Even their internal organs were injured. What a powerful attack. Sir Diallo is too powerful. They can't even withstand a single blow. Diallo's subordinates praised with all their might. Some of them were exaggerating, but most of them were deeply impressed by Diallo's strength. Diallo was a little smug. It's over, we're going to die. I don't want to die. Angel couldn't hold it in anymore and cried out. Even Cardina was a little depressed. Diallo's attack, just now, had made them lose the ability to fight. A great swordsman was too strong. Damn it. Ron looked up. His eyes were burning with an inextinguishable flame. He reached out to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth and gritted his teeth. No, We haven't lost yet. Angel scolded. Look at the situation now, and you're still in the mood to joke. We're all injured and can't fight at all unless there's a priest. Priest? Ron's eyes lit up. He thought of something. He reached into his space bag and threw a heavy object in front of everyone. What's this? Kadena and Angel looked. The thing looked like a person. It was a corpse. Ugh. The two of them almost vomited. Kadena suppressed her disgust and said, "Why did you take out a corpse?" Ron didn't answer. He quickly made a hand gesture. The corpse suddenly opened its eyes and stood up under everyone's shocked gaze. Library 56 of the new update station. Chapter 183. Prats, the Dean of the Balarax Academy, a powerhouse of the sacred domain, and a fire mage saint. These titles gave him unparalleled glory, and he had already become a legend in the Roland Empire. What people loved to talk about the most was that Prats had once killed 2 adult poison scorpion lions by himself when he was young. At that time, he had just stepped into the sanctuary realm and encountered a poison scorpion lion on an adventure. He was young and energetic and fought with the poison scorpion lion for 3 days and 3 nights, exhausting all of his magic power. In the end, he won 1 against 2 and chopped off the heads of the poison scorpion lions. Prats, the powerhouse of the sacred domain, Prats. He rushed here. Diallo was also staring blankly at the sky like everyone else. Prats, who was in the sky, didn't emit the powerful aura of a powerhouse of the sacred domain, but he already felt great pressure. Cold sweat seeped out his pores on his forehead and slowly slid down to his chin. A person's name was like a tree's shadow. Prats had already intimidated everyone just by standing there. The crying Katina, the frightened Angel, and Ron, who was lying on the ground, did not look like a human. When Prats arrived, he saw this scene. Prats' heart was bleeding. These were his most outstanding students, the future of mankind. Among them was the #1 genius necromancer in the Academy ranking tournament, Ron. He was only 16 years old. Prats' heart ached, and his expression slowly darkened. He originally thought that Safran didn't listen to his orders and returned to cause trouble in the Academy. But now he saw the Holy See. What was to come would come. Lord Prats. Diallo's throat gurgled a few times, and his voice was a bit hoarse. You're here. Prats slowly descended from the sky. His expression was calm, and no trace of anger could be seen. He walked in front of Diallo and said indifferently, "What do you want to say?" Feeling the increasing pressure, Diallo forced a smile. "Sir Prats, this was a misunderstanding. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, the Holy See will take responsibility." What Diallo meant was that she didn't allow them to kill Ron back then. Now that Ron was dead, there was no point for her to keep guarding his corpse. Let's talk about how to deal with the aftermath and how much compensation should be paid. Take responsibility for this. Very good. Before Diallo could finish, anger flashed in Platz's eyes. Under his white magic robe, he raised his bony hand, and a powerful force came out of his body. Diallo's body suddenly became light, and he heard the sound of the wind. By the time he realized what had happened, he had already fallen heavily to the ground. Diallo wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "Sir Prats, now that things have come to this, it won't do you any good to go against the Holy See. How about?" Before Diallo could finish, Prats snorted coldly. At this time, large amounts of flames suddenly appeared on Diallo's body. The fire elements that Prats had hidden in his body suddenly started burning. "Fire! Fire!" Diallo screamed in fear. He rolled on the ground, tried to put out the flames on his body. Although he was a fireblade master, he couldn't resist the power of Prats's flames. "Sir Diallo." The people that Diallo brought with him quickly rushed forward, trying to save Diallo, who was being burned by the flames. At this time, Prats moved. He didn't take out his weapon. He just grabbed with both hands, and fire elements quickly gathered in his palms. 9-headed serpent. The fire elements in his hands suddenly expanded, and the power increased by 100 times, 1,000 times. The scorching flames spread everywhere like seawater. The liquefied flames spread everywhere, and in an instant, snake-like creatures crawled out of the sea of flames. These creatures were made of fire elements, and their bodies were covered in flames. Their red eyes opened, and they stared at the people of the Holy Sea as if they were staring at their prey. This is a territory. Mokias was stunned. According to legends, when one's elemental power was trained to the peak, a territory would appear. This was Pratz's fire territory. Nine-headed serpent was the name of this territory. This was the same as Montego's 1,000 miles of ice, which was also a territory power. At this moment, Pratz was extremely angry. He had used his territory power from the beginning. The so-called strong people of the sacred domain were those who had trained their elemental power to the peak and understood the power of a territory. Run! Diallo's eyes flashed, but it was too late to run. The 9 fire serpents opened their mouths and spat out large fireballs, which poured down on the Holy Sea like raindrops. Boom! 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 One fireball after another exploded in the crowd, and each fireball was shot out from the mouths of the 9 fire snakes. They were like cannons, and dozens of fireballs were shot out in an instant. Even Diallo, a master warrior, was scared of them, let alone the ordinary soldiers of the Holy Church. Kadena and Angel's hearts trembled. At this moment, they finally saw the true power of the strong people of the sacred domain. It was a kind of strength, a strength that was full of oppression. Under the bombardment of such powerful magic, no one could fight back because they couldn't. Die! Pratz pointed his finger, and a pillar of fire shot out, directly hitting a soldier of the Holy See. Large amounts of flames emerged from the soldier's body, and he was burned to ashes in the flames before he could even scream. The place where Pratz and the Holy See were fighting had turned into a world of fire. Pratz's face was cold. The 9-headed serpent and high-grade fire spells were a one-sided massacre for the low-grade professionals. He stood there without moving, and he didn't use any weapons to increase the power of his spells. He was empty-handed, and he waved his hands wildly, releasing spell after spell. One after another, the Holy Sea soldiers were burned to ashes by his flames. No, no! Diallo's body trembled. He watched as the Holy Sea soldiers were killed one by one. Under the attack of the strong people of the sacred domain, they couldn't resist at all. Now it was the Holy Sea's turn to despair. They couldn't even escape, let alone fight back. Diallo's heart was bleeding. Although these people belonged to the Holy Sea was divided into many factions. He belonged to Master Wharton's faction, and these people were all his capable subordinates. If all of them died, he wouldn't have any status in the Holy See. Even if the Holy See was 10 times stronger, it had nothing to do with him. Master Platz, please calm down. Let's talk this out. Diallo's arrogance was gone, and he spoke anxiously. He was in a state of great fear, and he couldn't say anything other than begging for mercy. Unfortunately, Pratz didn't give him a chance. The 9-headed serpent swallowed the Holy Sea soldiers one after another. In the blink of an eye, more than half of Diallo's men were dead. Mokias grabbed Diallo and angrily roared, "Sir Diallo, don't be naive. He won't let us go. Let's run." Mokias knew that they had angered the strong people of the sacred domain, Pratz. These people who didn't care about anything would not take pity on their lives. Diallo was scared out of his wits. He was dragged by Mokias and fled like a stray dog. "Master, don't leave us behind." The Holy Sea soldiers cried out from the bottom of their hearts. They were prepared to die, but they didn't want to be abandoned. Unfortunately, Diallo and Mokias didn't seem to hear anything. They sped up and fled. One was a great swordsman, and the other was a swordmaster. Both of them had the ability to fly. They were far away in the blink of an eye. Pratz's figure paused. He glanced at them and snorted. Tried to escape? A terrifying aura locked onto the two of them. Diallo felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar. He couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Blazing Dragon. Pratz clenched his hands, and a huge fire dragon was formed. The fire dragon struggled and twisted in his hands as if it wanted to escape from his control. It kept roaring. Go! Prats loosened his hands. The fire dragon seemed to have been freed from his shackles. It roared and flew into the clouds. Not good. Diallo's heart was filled with despair. Such a terrifying, saint-level forbidden spell was not something he could withstand with his current strength. He desperately tried to activate his flame armor, but all it did was cause him some minor damage. Boom! It was as if there was an extra sun. The sky was filled with flames. It spread in all directions in a circle. The heat wave descended from the sky, and not even a blade of grass could survive. The terrifying wave of fire brought about by the huge dragon spread for several hundred meters before it stopped. In the sky, Diallo and Morkias looked extremely miserable. Their hair was burnt, and their clothes were tattered, revealing their charred armor. Diallo clutched his chest tightly, and blood oozed out from the corner of his mouth uncontrollably. Pratz's attack had almost destroyed his life force, and Morkias was only half dead. No, to be precise, he was only half a person. One of his legs was missing, and it was obvious that he had lost it in the explosion. A casual attack from a sacred domain powerhouse was so terrifying. Dean Prats, Kadena, and Angel, who were on the ground, were shocked when they saw this scene. At this moment, they finally saw the terrifying, destructive power of a sacred domain powerhouse. Angel also knew why the royal family of the Roland Empire was so respectful and fearful of a sacred domain powerhouse, including Prats. This kind of tyrannical, destructive, and unstoppable power was a nightmare for all countries. She couldn't help but rejoice inwardly. Fortunately, Master Sovereign had left the academy. Otherwise, this grand magus would have been finished here, on the ground. The soldiers of the Holy Church who couldn't fly were devoured by the nine-headed sea serpents one by one. The nine-headed sea serpents were like giant beasts that couldn't be satisfied. They opened their mouths, grabbed a soldier of the Holy Church, and swallowed him. Not long after, all the Holy Sea soldiers were swallowed. Although Diallo was heavily injured, he was still running for his life. At this moment, Prats had already closed in on Diallo and Mokiath. Lord! Diallo! Mokiath was almost in despair. He stuttered, We can't escape. Diallo's face darkened. A trace of fierceness flashed in his eyes. He grabbed Mokiath's body and pushed him forward. Mokiath was shocked. Lord Diallo, Mokiath would never have thought that he would be betrayed by Diallo at the last moment. He was so loyal to Diallo. He was pushed out as a shield. Horrified, Morkiath could only watch as he was burned to ashes by the enraged Plats. Handwritten Update Station 56 stacks. Chapter 184. Master Plats, you're really going to kill us all? Diallo pushed Morkias out of the way to delay Prats's pursuit. At the same time, he frantically flapped his infernal wings and sped up his escape. He turned around and said to Prats as he fled, You're the ones who forced me. Plats snorted coldly. The Holy See had sneaked into the Balavax Academy and killed as they pleased. This had already crossed Plats's bottom line. Diallo suddenly screamed, Why? Why must you protect this necromancer brat? Even going against us. After venting his anger, Plats's anger had subsided a lot. He looked at Diallo and said slowly, The Holy See is indeed a huge force. I didn't go against them, not because I'm afraid of you. As for Ron, everyone has the right to live in this world and the freedom to cultivate whatever power they want. In the Roland Empire, this freedom cannot be interfered with maliciously. You people who think you're the embodiment of justice will never understand this logic. Diallo flew at full speed, and the flaming wings on his back were open to the maximum. On the other hand, Plats's face was calm as he chased closer and closer. Diallo felt a wave of despair. Could it be that he couldn't even escape in front of a sacred domain powerhouse? Looks like I can only use the last life-saving method that Master Warden gave me. Diallo made up his mind and took out an item from his portal bag as he fled. It was a scroll, a town portal scroll that Diallo's mentor and superior had given to him. Although Diallo didn't know how much this item was worth, seeing how his mentor Wharton gave it to him so solemnly, it was definitely worth a lot. This item was given to him by Master Wharton to save his life. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Diallo wouldn't use this item. After all, this treasure could only be used once. However, now that things had come to this, Diallo couldn't care less. Seeing how furious Warlock St. Prats was, he would definitely kill him. No matter how precious something was, it couldn't be more important than his own life, right? At this moment, he had to use the town portal scroll to save his life. However, he had successfully killed the ancient necromancer Ron and completed his mission. This made Diallo feel a little better. This mission had cost him a lot. So many powerhouses had died in the Balavax Academy, and he had even lost a precious town portal scroll. But on account of this great merit, he believed that Master Wharton wouldn't blame him. Master Platts, aren't you afraid of angering the Holy See? Don't forget that the Holy See has 9 powerhouses from the sacred domain. Once a fight breaks out, neither side will benefit, Diallo said sternly. Platts snorted coldly and didn't answer him. In a small Balavax city, he could do whatever he wanted without any scruples. It was because he was a powerhouse from the sacred domain. No matter how powerful the Holy See was, they couldn't threaten him. Furthermore, Platts didn't care about the Holy See at all. Diallo's threat was a joke to him. Diallo knew this as well. Everything he did was to stall for time. As he inhaled and exhaled, the return scroll was torn open, revealing the power within. It began to communicate with the entire space. Diallo's body emitted a faint blue light. The light kept flowing, and a mysterious magic array appeared on his body. What? Platts was shocked. This is a town portal scroll? Ha ha ha. Not bad. At this moment, Diallo calmed down. He stopped running and looked at Platts with a mocking gaze. Master Platts, I'm going to leave. Are you regretting not killing me from the start? Diallo laughed maniacally. His figure slowly disappeared into the space. At the same time he used the town portal scroll, spatial energy wrapped around his body like a protective membrane. The current Diallo couldn't attack him at all. Platts's face didn't change. It's not too late to kill you, he said calmly. As he spoke, he raised his hands. Large amounts of fire elemental energy quickly gathered and formed an energy vortex. Under Platts's precise elemental control, it quickly turned into the shape of a dragon. The fire dragon spread its wings and let out a deafening roar. With a fierce aura, it pounced towards Diallo. Blazing azure dragon. When Diallo saw this, his hair stood on end. Oh my god, if he was hit directly, he would be a pile of ashes, just like Mokiath. In that instant, Diallo had a feeling that he was going to die. But in the next second, he remembered that he had used a town portal scroll. He was now in space, and he was very confident that the power of space would give him good protection. This made him feel slightly relieved. Boom! The blazing azure dragon crashed into the space where Diallo was. As if there was some kind of energy protecting Diallo, the blazing azure dragon couldn't charge it anymore. A terrifying power shot out from the void, and raging flames spread out in all directions. Even the air was scorching hot, and the blazing sun rose in the sky once again. Diallo's face changed. He didn't expect Pratz's power to pass through space and directly reach him. In an instant, the temperature in the space rose rapidly. The space he was in was like a hot iron ball. There was a raging fire on the outside, and he was being roasted in the middle of the ball. The power of a sacred domain expert could pass through space. Boom! The blazing azure dragon welcomed the second explosion. Flames shot out everywhere. Platz's tyrannical energy even distorted the space. At the last moment, the town portal scroll finally accumulated enough energy and emitted a strong white light. It distorted the space and began to teleport. Then, with a whoosh, Diallo's body disappeared. Everything around him turned into nothingness. The clouds dispersed, the sky turned blue, and the fire elements in the air no longer existed. Everything seemed to have returned to normal. Pratz's face twitched a few times before he sighed and said regretfully, he still managed to escape, afraid that Ron would be in danger. Platz returned to the Balarax Academy. He saw that the place where the battle took place was a mess. There were burn marks everywhere. Ron was lying on the ground, motionless. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Beside him sat a tear-stained Kadena and an indifferent Angel. Platz's figure slowly descended. Kadena looked up with tears in her eyes and called out, "Headmaster Platz." Platz nodded. At this time, he saw Ron lying on the ground and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Ron's body was covered with horrifying wounds of various sizes. His chest was caved in, and his limbs were broken. His eyes were closed, and his face was as white as a sheet. He didn't move at all. It seemed like he was dead. Platz sighed. What kind of torture did this child go through when he was alive? He couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. Damn the Holy See. How could they do this to a 16-year-old child? They're not human, they're animals. Platz was a teacher and was very caring. He treated every student like his own child. He was strict and caring. Seeing Ron like this, he couldn't help but feel sad. He placed his hand on Ron's body, probing for signs of life. Platz's face was solemn, and he slowly injected his aura. "Headmaster Platz," Kadena asked carefully, "Ron, is he okay?" She wanted to say, "Is he dead?" but felt that it was inappropriate. In the end, she changed it to, "Is he okay?" After the crisis passed, Angel returned to her cold expression. She said, "It's better if he's dead. I can't wait for him to die." Kadena was so angry that her face turned red. She said angrily, "How can you be like this? Ron just saved you, and now you're cursing him to die." Angel knew that she was in the wrong. She argued, "What does it have to do with you if I want him to die? Plus, I didn't ask him to save me." Kadena was so angry that she almost cried. She had never seen such an unreasonable person who repaid kindness with ingratitude. Ron saved her, and not only was she not grateful, but she also spoke ill of him. In fact, Angel's hatred for Ron had decreased a lot. However, as the princess of the Roland Empire, she couldn't lower her head. She could only use her mouth to hide the uneasiness in her heart. Ron's life was already gone, but when Headmaster Platz probed with his power, Ron's heart suddenly beat. Although it was very weak, Platz felt it. "He's not dead yet?" Platz was shocked. Seeing Ron's serious injuries, anyone would think that he wouldn't be able to survive. However, he was still alive. Hearing Angel's words, Platz looked at her and said calmly, "I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. Ron is not dead yet." "What? Ron isn't dead?" Kadena was overjoyed when she heard that. Her face relaxed. A trace of joy occupied Angel's heart, but she didn't show it on her face. "It's a pity that he's not dead yet with such serious injuries. Quickly call the priest." Platz said, "Holy Mount Hygel." The peak of the mountain was covered in white snow all year round. It was shrouded in a faint mist, which added a hint of holiness to Mount Hygel. "Sir Wharton, Sir Wharton." Two attendants of the Holy See walked by and bowed to him respectfully. According to the rules of the Holy See, they had to bow to anyone above the rank of Hallmaster. Wharton nodded and waved his hand to get them to stand up. At this time, there was a spatial fluctuation. Wharton, who was the closest to it, had a reaction. Not only Wharton, but all the strong people on Mount Hygel also felt it. Spatial fluctuation? Wharton was stunned. It was rare to see a spatial fluctuation here. After all, who would break through space and come here for no reason? Could it be? Wharton suddenly thought of something. His heart sank, and he immediately flew in the direction of the spatial fluctuation. Handwritten Update Station 56 stacks. Chapter 185. The spatial fluctuation came from a room outside the Hall of Piety. When Wharton arrived, he saw a charred Diallo covered in wounds. His skin was almost cracked, and his face was covered in blood. He was on the brink of death. "Diallo!" Wharton was shocked. He immediately ran over and shouted, "Diallo, Diallo, how are you?" Diallo was his confidant and had the strength of a master. He was his right-hand man. When he saw this, he was shocked. Diallo forced his eyes open and saw a smile in Wharton's eyes. "Master Wharton." Wharton's face darkened. "Diallo, how are you? Who beat you up like this?" Diallo said with difficulty, "It was Platts. We completed the mission, and he hunted us down." "What? You said you completed the mission? And you killed Ron?" Wharton could not believe it, but he could not hide the joy on his face. "That's great. This way, we can answer to the Holy See." Thinking about how many people had died in the pursuit of Ron, Wharton sighed. This Ron was too lucky. He had escaped the Holy See's pursuit time and time again. Even he, a master of the sacred domain, had been defeated. Now, he was finally dead. Wharton just wanted to laugh out loud. A bitter smile appeared on Diallo's face as he stuttered. "Everyone is dead. I'm afraid. Lord Wharton, save me." Diallo suddenly struggled. He reached out and grabbed Wharton's clothes. Ah! Wharton came back to his senses. He clenched his fists and shouted at the two servants behind him. "What are you doing here? Why aren't you calling for a priest?" Diallo's eyes lit up. Unfortunately, he was already at the end of his rope. Before the priest arrived, he had already died. The two servants hurriedly ran over, and not long after, the priest arrived. However, facing the dead Diallo, even the best priest could do nothing. "Knock, knock, knock." In the new room 302, there was an urgent knock on the door. "Who is it?" Aurora was chatting with Karachi in the hall. She got up and opened the door. When he opened the door and saw Angel standing outside, he was obviously stunned. "What are you doing here?" Angel seemed to have expected her reaction and said calmly, "It's nothing. I'm just sending Ron back." "Ron?" Aurora and Karachi looked at each other, their eyes full of astonishment. They were even more astonished when they saw Kadena. "Please make way." At this time, a mentor came in with the dying Ron and asked, "Is Ron's room in Rushi?" "What?" Looking at the wounded Ron in the mentor's arms, Aurora and Karachi were shocked. "What happened to Ron?" The mentor said, "He was seriously injured and is about to die. May I ask where Ron's room is? I'm a priest. I can treat him." Fatty, Lantry, and the others also ran out of their rooms. When they saw Ron's injuries, they were shocked and asked, "What happened to Ron? How did he get hurt like this?" At this time, Angel said coldly, "It's a pity that this guy can't die." Angel's words aroused everyone's anger. They were already angry that Ron was so badly injured. But Angel's words were like adding fuel to the fire. Aurora's eyes were red. She rushed to Angel and said, "It's you. Is it you who made Ron like this? You're crazy." Angel was caught by Aurora. She was shocked and angry, and the two women soon wrestled together. Don't fight," Kadena said anxiously. Lonsim and Fatty immediately pulled them apart. "Let's figure out what happened first." Aurora and Angel were like fighting roosters. They stared at each other, neither giving way to the other. Fatty calmed down and asked, "What's going on? Who beat Ron like this?" Kadena was about to speak, but she heard the tutor say, "You guys, I think we should carry Ron to the room first. Otherwise, he won't be able to live before we finish talking." When everyone heard this, they all made way for the tutor to carry Ron to the room. They carried him to the bed and took off his blood-stained clothes. The mentor's eyes narrowed. He put his palms together and chanted an incantation. At this time, a holy white light lit up and slowly descended from the sky. Under the illumination of the white light, Ron's body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The wound disappeared. Not long after, Ron's light breathing sounded in the room. Everyone's face showed a smile. "Thank you, tutor." Aurora bowed to the tutor. Dorm 302 also came up to thank the tutor. "You're welcome." The tutor smiled. "I didn't expect him to survive such a serious injury. It's really a miracle. Speaking of which, we should thank his willpower. Without a strong will, it's impossible for someone to survive such an injury. I used the super healing spell and spiritual comfort. I believe he should recover soon." The tutor smiled and said, "Okay, I'll leave the rest to you guys. I still have things to do." Everyone in dorm 302 thanked the tutor again. After the tutor left, Ron's room in dorm 302 became quiet again. Aurora stared at Angel like a sharp sword and said, Angel, what's going on? Don't tell me you didn't do it? Everyone knew that Angel hated Ron, so it wasn't strange for her to do this. Angel sneered. I wanted to do that. Unfortunately, you're reading a pornographic novel. You're disappointed. I didn't do it. Katina hesitated for a moment. Let me do it. She recounted the entire incident. Of course, she didn't forget that Angel had asked Saffron to deal with Ron. Unfortunately, she didn't succeed. Damn it, it's actually the Holy See, Aurora said through gritted teeth. She knew she had wronged Angel, but she still glanced at her and said, But you're not a good person either. You actually found a grand magus to bully Ron. Angel sneered. If Master Saffron was here, he wouldn't have ended up like this. He only has himself to blame. You dash, Aurora said angrily. Forget it, forget it. Since Angel didn't do it, let's all talk less. Rum came out to smooth things over. Oomph. Aurora and Angel looked at each other and snorted coldly before turning their faces away from each other. At this moment, Ron's eyelashes suddenly twitched, and he slowly opened his eyes. Ron's awake, Ron's awake. Everyone in room 302 rushed over. Aurora's expression was one of surprise and joy. Ah, Ron's body suddenly shot up. Where are the Holy See and the others? They're gone, they're all gone. Aurora saw that Ron still hadn't recovered from the battle and hurriedly said, The Dean dealt with them. The Dean? At that time, Ron had already fainted, so he didn't know what happened next. Dealt with? That means they're all dead. Kadena nodded. Yes, they're all dead, except for one. He used a return scroll to escape. Ron nodded and struggled to get out of bed. He felt like he was lying on the bed like a patient, but in reality, he had already recovered. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a familiar face. There was a hint of surprise on her face, as if she was happy for Ron's recovery. Ron asked curiously, Angel, why are you here? Angel's face immediately stiffened. This is my dorm. Why can't I be here? I just came to see if you're dead. Aurora couldn't help but say, How can you say that? Ron didn't offend you. Angel rolled her eyes. He didn't offend me, but I offended him, okay? She reached out and patted her beautiful cherry lips. Forget it. I'm not going to argue with you guys. I'm very sleepy, so I'm going back to my room to rest. Everyone was clearly stunned. Why did Angel seem to have a change in temperament today? She wasn't usually so easy to talk to. Cardina, on the other hand, pursed her lips and smiled. Only she knew what happened. After walking a few steps, Angel suddenly turned around and fiercely said, Ron, don't think that I'll let this go. Just you wait. Everyone in the room was petrified. Angel's unruly character hadn't changed at all. However, in the next few days, everyone felt that Angel had changed a lot. This time, Angel really lived in room 302, eating and chatting with everyone. Although she still spoke ill of everyone, mocked Ron, and sometimes threw a tantrum, she didn't really do anything. It seemed that she was gradually integrating into the small group of people in room 302. Angel's relationship with everyone had improved, except for Ron. Every time Ron saw her, he would be mocked and ridiculed. Ron was helpless about this and could only laugh it off. Autumn went and winter came. Soon, half a year had passed. The Holy See didn't send anyone to assassinate Ron. Ron's days were peaceful and fulfilling. However, what troubled him was that although his cultivation had improved, he hadn't broken through. He once asked Homelin, who had woken up from a deep sleep, and the answer was that he was waiting for an opportunity. Ron was a little worried. Would this opportunity be as far away as the others, or even stay at the advanced level forever? However, some good things had happened in this half a year. Manny, Fatty, Lantry, and Karachi had broken through one after another. Manny had broken through from the intermediate level to the advanced level, becoming an advanced swordsman. Fatty, Lantry, and Karachi had also broken through to the beginner level. One was a beginner thief, a beginner knight, and a beginner magician. Although they weren't strong, it was a good start. These people didn't have much desire to pursue strength. It was already good enough to break through to the intermediate level in 5 years. It would be worth it if they could reach the advanced level in this lifetime. They knew that they didn't have much talent in cultivation. Library 56 of a new website. Chapter 186. The cold wind blew fiercely, covering the earth in a layer of white. Balrog's was no exception. It was as if the city had been buried in snow. The snow wasn't heavy, but it still reached up to the soles of one's feet. No one was willing to go out on such a cold day. The pampered aristocrats had already started a fire in their apartments. They held a glass of red wine in their hands, swirling it gently as they leaned against the warm fireplace and tasted it gently. Even more people were lying in bed, doing what they loved. Dorm 302 was no exception. Everyone was warming themselves by the fireplace and talking about recent interesting things. Angel was also sitting among them. She had changed a lot during this time, and everyone was willing to accept her. However, she had always been indifferent to Ron. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door of Dorm 302. When the fatty heard this, he exclaimed, "No way, this is really bad. There's still people coming on such a cold day?" "Yeah, who could it be?" Rum agreed. Karachi stood up. "I'll go open the door." The door opened, and to everyone's surprise, it was Shea and Kadena. "Shea." Everyone in Dorm 302 stood up and greeted Shea. "Oh, you're all here." Shea shook the snow off her body and smiled. Some people also brought chairs for Shea to sit down and started warming themselves by the fireplace. Shea was quite familiar with the people in Dorm 302. She greeted them as soon as she sat down, and the atmosphere became harmonious. After the greetings, Shea rubbed her hands and said with a smile, "Actually, I have something to ask you this time." Aurora smiled. "I knew you would come here for something. Who would come here in the snow? Tell me, what's the matter?" Shea and Katina looked at each other and hesitated for a moment before saying, "It's like this. Have you heard of the Black Crystal Mission?" Black Crystal Mission? Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. Ron couldn't help but ask, "What is a Black Crystal Mission? It seems like you guys don't know anything." Shea smiled. "Actually, I only found out after joining the mercenary group. The so-called Black Crystal Mission is set relative to ordinary mercenary missions. Everyone knows that the so-called ordinary mercenary mission is a mission issued by the employer at the mercenary union and then hired mercenaries to complete it. After the mercenaries complete the mission, they will go to the mercenary union to hand over the mission. After the mercenary union confirms the completion of the mission, they will be paid directly. These rewards are usually gold coins. Of course, there are also more unique rewards such as weapons, equipment, and so on. Some enchanters even get dark gold equipment as a reward. This naturally makes all the mercenaries scramble for it. The difficulty of the missions is divided into 5 levels: S, A, B, C, and D. The rewards for each level are different, and the reward for the S-level mission is the highest. As for the Black Crystal mission, it doesn't belong to any level of the mission system. It is a mission that anyone can accept. No one knows who issued the mission, but the reward they pay is different from ordinary mercenary missions. They pay Black Crystal coins. At this point, Shaya deliberately paused. Black Crystal coins? Everyone finally heard an unfamiliar term. Fatty murmured, Black Crystal coins, I know," Fatty shouted. His voice was a little excited. Coincidentally, everyone's eyes were on him at this time. Aurora asked, "Fatty, what do you know?" Fatty took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Actually, I'm not too sure either. I only heard my father mention it. I don't know where the Black Crystal coins come from. My father doesn't know either. I only know that he collected a Black Crystal coin. According to him, it is priceless," Angel nodded. "Black Crystal coins, I know about them too." Fatty took a deep breath and said seriously, "It is said that the price of a Black Crystal coin is worth over 10 million gold coins." Over 10 million gold coins? Everyone took a deep breath. Oh my, 10 million gold coins. They wouldn't be able to spend it all in their lifetime. Ron said, 10 million gold coins, this Black Crystal coin is really valuable. Fatty is half right. Shaya shook his finger. The official exchange rate of Black Crystal coins in the Mercenary Union is 1 million gold coins per piece. Of course, apart from idiots, no one would be stupid enough to go to the mercenary union to exchange. Most of the time, such a valuable item is sold in the black market or in auctions. The current price of one black crystal coin has already risen to 14 million gold coins. 14 million gold coins? Everyone was shocked again. There was a burst of exclamations, but it was just exclamations. 10 million gold coins and 14 million gold coins made no difference to them. In any case, they were both things that they could only dream of. Ron thought for a moment and asked, "So we can get black crystal coins by doing black crystal missions?" "That's right," Shea said with a smile, "but black crystal missions aren't that easy to complete. The locations of black crystal missions are very dangerous. First, you have to go to the Mercenary Guild's headquarters, then use the headquarters teleportation array to teleport everyone to a different plane of existence. After completing the mission, you have to return. This is much more dangerous than ordinary mercenary missions." "Different plane of existence?" Aurora said in surprise. "In other words, it's not in the Noah continent, but in another plane of existence." "That's right," Shea nodded. "So you want us to complete black crystal missions together?" Ron asked. "Yes and no." Shea shook her head and said, "I do want to form a team with you and go to the Mercenary Guild to complete missions." As for black crystal coins, Shea smiled bitterly. "Let's not think about it." "Why?" It wasn't just Ron. Everyone's interest was piqued. "The black crystal missions are extremely difficult. It's impossible for us to complete them. The black crystal mission this time is called Dakura's Horn. Dakura is the name of a type of exotic beast. It has a single horn on its head and 2 wings on its back. The mission is very simple. Kill Dakura and obtain its horn, and the mission is completed. The reward is 2 black crystal coins. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, Dakura is at least a level 10 exotic beast. Level 10? Everyone was discouraged when they heard this. Even Shea was only around level 6. Ron and the rest were about the same. A level 10 exotic beast was equivalent to a beginner Grand Magus. It was an invincible existence to them. Besides, other than us, everyone else is fighting for this mission item. There are as many master rank experts as there are hairs on a cow. Even master rank experts might appear. With our strength, we don't stand a chance," Shea added. Ron shrugged his shoulders. "If that's the case, what's the point of having us go there? With so many experts watching us, it's already good enough that we can keep our lives." Shea waved her hand. "You're wrong. Although we're going to complete this black crystal mission, we're not here for the black crystals." Seeing that everyone was confused, Shea continued. "In other planes, there are countless exotic beast treasures. Let's put it this way. If we mercenaries hunt exotic beasts, we can encounter one every 10 days or half a month. That's already pretty good. But in other planes, we might encounter many in a day. Think about it. In a single day, we'll encounter so many exotic beasts. Their essence cores, their flesh, their bones, their blood. All of this is money, my friends." When Shea said this, his eyes were filled with boundless yearning. Shea continued, "I once went on a black crystal mission with others. At that time, I was only a beginner knight. Of course, our team was weak, so I couldn't get any black crystal coins. We followed the team leader and hid on the side to pick up scraps. Haha, guess what happened in the end? 2 mercenary teams fought fiercely. After all of them died, we walked over to pick up the space bags. Just like that, we made a fortune." Shea's eyes lit up at this point. "How about it? Are you interested?" Shea said, beaming with joy. "Maybe we can do it. If it goes well, we won't have to worry about money for the rest of our lives." Everyone looked at each other. Hearing Shea's suggestion, they couldn't help but be moved. However, at this moment, Angel, who had been silent all this time, spoke. "Black crystal missions are indeed very attractive, but there's one thing that has never been mentioned: sacred domain powerhouses. Could it be that the sacred domain powerhouses didn't participate in this black crystal mission? That doesn't make sense, does it?" Angel said. Everyone quietly looked at Shea, waiting to see how she would explain. Shea said with a smile, Actually, there's nothing that doesn't make sense. The reward for this mission is too low. 2 black crystal coins is only 20 million gold coins. It is nothing to the powerhouses of the sacred domain. As for the powerhouses of the sacred domain, I also believe that they have other channels to do black crystal missions. Moreover, the reward is much higher than what we know. Shea said mysteriously, the reward isn't proportional to the effort. Although the target of this black crystal mission is a level 10 exotic beast, it doesn't mean that there aren't higher-level exotic beasts in this foreign plane. For example, exotic beasts from the sacred domain. 2 black crystal coins is not enough to drive the powerhouses of the sacred domain. Shea smiled. As far as I know, there are many people participating in this black crystal mission even in our academy. Perhaps you guys don't know, but our academy's instructors have all taken leave to do this mission. Everyone suddenly realized that more than a dozen instructors had taken leave together some time ago. Most of them were powerful instructors, and there was no lack of master rank experts. It turned out that they were all interested in this black crystal mission. At this moment, Shea pouted and said in dissatisfaction, I've said so much. My mouth is dry. Yet you guys don't have any reaction at all? Are you going or not? Say something. Ron hesitated for a moment and said cautiously, There are so many of us taking leave together. That's not very good, is it? Even the instructors won't approve of it, right? Shea patted her ample chest. No problem. Leave it to me. As long as we say that we're going to do black crystal missions, the Academy usually won't stop us. Handwritten Update Station 56 Stacks. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.